GH. Wake-up call, cancer and disease. Wake-up calls. Different ways to understand, prevent and deal with disease. A complete guide to vital and aware living. Enlightening, inspirational, life-changing. By Toro the Decoder. Index. The complete index on the following 8 pages or slide will not be narrated, and when you like to view each page and slide, you will need to click pause on those pages and slides. Forward. Quote. Believe nothing, no matter where you read it, or who said it, no matter if I have said it, unless it agrees with your own reason and your own common sense. Buddha. End of quote. Look at everything that happens as a roadmap, filled with meaningful messages in disguise, guiding us on our preordained, magical and mystical life adventure. Once we realize this, we can start experiencing life from a different perspective, and we will be able to help ourselves and others find the balance in all life's situations. You could start with asking yourself, why did I hurt myself on my elbow? And could it mean something? Why do I have a stomachache or earache? And what is this trying to tell me? What does it mean that I have a square body type? My car doesn't want to start. Is this trying to tell me something? All these things contain hidden messages, a simple language most of us have forgotten through the centuries. Call it the language, messages, wake-up calls or warning signs, cries from our cells, body parts, body systems, and even our soul. In addition to these messages expressing an imbalance and assisting us to make a change, revealing themselves on the body or close environment, we also have global messages warning a group, nation, or even all of us on the planet. Let's look first on the 3 major causes of death. Number 1, heart disease. We look at life as something hard. We take things too hard at heart. We feel not loved, and we close our heart off. We don't trust, harden more and more while getting older, and not to forget, we eat foods that are hard to digest. We just work and overwork and are busy only with the masculine aspects of life and bypassing our heart. We are hard on ourselves and basically attacking our own heart. So, is it strange that heart disease shows up, that we get confronted with heart attacks or having to have a bypass? Cancer is the second biggest cause of death. In the case of cancer, we can look at the affected area or body system as neglected cell children in need of attention. They are like children who did not get proper attention and were abused in various ways and who started behaving abnormal and basically became a rebel. We will also see cancer as a global wake-up call connected to the word complaining. The third cause is medication. I am not saying that we shouldn't take any medication, because I believe that everything has its place in life's adventure. But when we only take medication and not take responsibility, the message is very clear. We don't want to deal with the messages and give up our responsibility. Another global message which is surfacing more is SARS, which we see people just suffocating. Is it strange? We are diminishing our oxygen in many ways. We are polluting the planet, and not to forget our close environments with smoking, inhaling the fumes of toxic paints and artificial materials. We keep going without taking proper breaks and without sufficient sleep. We eat foods that cost so much energy, which all needs oxygen. We hold things inside of us and do not exhale. Is it strange we suffocate? We hear about the chronic fatigue syndrome and so many of us are depressed. Is this not an effect of running out of energy? Have we lost the playfulness of life, the zest and drive for adventure? We are creatures of habit and try to secure everything and live in a box. Who wouldn't get depressed? We have so many amongst us trying to run away from life's obligations and escaping in drugs and alcohol. So many people are overweight, expressing that they are most likely unfulfilled, and as a result just fill up. Very few are not confronted with the negative effects of stress, which is telling us that we are going too fast, trying to do too much and complicating life. From the life we lead at the office, at home, at vacation, and inside our own body and mind. The information is not designed to diagnose or to prescribe healing techniques, but written to look at life and the world of disease from a complete different angle. If we are able to see things with an open mind, we are able to tap into a sort of wisdom that lays latent within all of us. We can integrate this wisdom into our life philosophy and allow it to enhance our life. The many metaphors which are used to explain the phenomena disease and us dealing with it hopefully gives a different perspective looking at disease, and because cancer is something we hear about almost every day, I often use the connection cancer or any other disease in order to stay awake and to listen to these very important wake-up calls. Quote, "Look and you will find it. What is unsought will go undetected." Sophocles. End of quote. In expressing my beliefs and opinion, it was not intended in any way to criticize anyone or any system of treatment or purpose a particular path of action. Everything has its place and purpose in our magical and mystical soul adventure. What you do with the information in this book is solely your responsibility. Quote, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." Marcus Aurelius. End of quote. In regards to affirmations, are you open to make some changes in your life? Teachers and guides offer their sacred inspiration and guidance, but it is up to us to experiment with them in life's laboratory. Introduction. Death, disease, and cancer, surely they are not for me. We always think it will never be me. It will happen to my neighbor. Why are we not waking up and taking this seriously? I remember someone asking somebody, "Do you know what the major cause of death is in the world?" The person replied, "Heart attacks? Cancer?" To which the questioner shook his head and said, "No, it's birth." It makes sense. After birth, the countdown inevitably starts, marking the finality of our adventure on Earth. It is hardly surprising that we don't even want to talk about the fact that we could have to face cancer or any other disease when we don't even want to acknowledge the fact that we are going to die. Yet death is the only thing we can absolutely count on in this ever-changing world. We don't live our lives with any sense that death could indeed come at any second. Instead of making any preparations for this journey, are we not just holding on for dear life to our personalities, possessions, and attachments? Is the lifestyle we are living the best one to avoid inviting cancer or any other disease in our lives? Can we bring ourselves to face the fact that our names might be as well on the list, having to deal with cancer or any other disease? And if the unthinkable happens and we are confronted, have we ever considered How are we going to deal with it? Quote, I'm still determined to be cheerful and happy in whatever situation I may be, for I've also learned from experience that the greater part of our happiness or misery depends upon our dispositions and not upon our circumstances. Martha Washington. End of quote. In my own life, I have often had to face death. Many of the people nearest and dearest to me have in fact already passed on. My awareness of death had also been increased through involvement with an esoteric science that teaches you a practice known as dying while living, the practice of preparing oneself for that inevitable moment. Again and again, I have been reminded that my name is on that list of those who will die, and indeed that I may be also on the list of people who will have to face cancer or any other disease. So, I've come up with the following questions that we could ask ourselves. Should we look at death as a defeat? Is death not just a natural occurrence, not only for humans, but for everything in creation? Do we ever stop to think that the moment we just have lived is already dead and will never return again? Can we no longer die a natural death? Why does death increasingly have to be from cancer or some other dreadful disease? Is the increase of cancer and other diseases a global warning, a message that we need to make radical changes in our life? Do we want to consider that we ourselves did invite the disease? What can we do to avoid it? Are we only going to react when confronted with it? Is there a cure? Is cancer and any other disease an enemy? Do we need to go to war with it? Or are there other ways to deal with it? Am I still ignoring the fact that I could pass on any minute? Do I still refuse to accept that I could be confronted with cancer or any other disease? Affirmation. I am ready to wake up and realize that disease and cancer might well show up in my life, and that my name is definitely on the list of those who will pass on. The many worlds we live in. When we get sick, we feel that our life closes in on us, taking our world away. Have we ever stopped to take a good look at ourselves and think about the fact that we are actually living and operating simultaneously in many different worlds? When we listen to the news or read the paper, we are immediately getting involved in places and situations elsewhere in the world. We live in the world of our relationships, and much of our time is spent in participating in our family unit. We make our money in the professional business world, a place where we probably spend the greatest portion of our waking lives. We are involved in the world of health and fitness. We enjoy our hobbies. We are involved in often complex issues relating to our community, village, city, or country. Most of us are involved in one way or another in the world of disease. At the same time, we also live in a world inside our own minds. Hopefully, we are still living in a world touched by fantasy and magic, and above all things, in our spiritual world. Quote, the most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. Albert Einstein. Am I content and at peace in the worlds I live in? Affirmation. I live in many worlds simultaneously and choose always to experience life in a magical and mystical way. At war with the world we live in. When we look at our lives, we can admit that most of us live in an almost permanent state of war, either with ourselves, others, or the world in general. As children, we were all disciplined to various degrees, often trained as soldiers to listen to our commanders, our parents. In time, we gradually became like them without ever really understanding what was going on. We didn't realize that they themselves were not probably happy with who they were, or particularly good at dealing well with their own problems in life. So, it is not surprising that many of us often feel trapped in some kind of jail and frequently carry around with us a sense of having been abused in one form or another. At school, we receive training to prepare us for the world from teachers who themselves were battling with their own problems. We were indoctrinated that we must achieve good grades or face defeat. In our lives, we feel the need to be successful, usually based on someone or other standards, otherwise we consider ourselves losers. Much of the time we feel frustrated and become depressed. If we do become successful, we tend to see others as always trying to get something out of us. We end up fighting for more and more money, power, and recognition. If on the other hand we become a loser, we cannot throw off our sense of inadequacy and guilt. Unless we are really lucky, our relationships are fraught with communication issues, or worse. At work, we fight with deadlines. We drive ourselves to achieve certain financial goals to avoid having to face a sense of defeat, or from fear or getting fired. In many workplaces, there is a constant war being waged between employer and employees, and at the same time, there is always fighting amongst the employees themselves for position and advancement. Many of us use sports to work out our frustrations with others and regard our opponents as enemies. When we exercise, it is often to defeat and punish areas of our body which are overweight or physical characteristics we have come to despise. When we are overweight, we are at war with ourselves and with food. And when we lose weight, we are always afraid that the enemy may one day return. Our lives become full of fear, stimulated by negative news and violent movies. We fight with certain of our personas, trying to kill them off or doing things to punish them. We try and find stability and security by attempting to control everything that is going on in our world, forgetting that everything is constantly changing and the only security we have is that death is awaiting us. We fight with other peoples who profess different beliefs because they seem different from us and need either to be converted or wiped out. We forget that all this fighting on the outside is merely a reflection of the fights we have within ourselves. Where is the peace? Quote, "We cannot shake hands with a clenched fist." Indira Gandhi, end of quote. When we are faced with disease, we look upon it as an invader, an enemy invading our lives, and here again we start yet another war. Is there not another way of living our lives, another way of approaching disease? Do I recognize myself in any of the above-mentioned war zones? Affirmation: I realize that I have been living in a war zone in every aspect of life, and I'm now walking a different life adventure. Chapter 1: The Hidden Messages of Disease. Listening to the messages interpreting the messages, filling up the waste bucket, symbolic messages expressing imbalances, separating ourselves, taking care of the whole, living an unfulfilled life, separation, the origin of all our pains, racing with a regular car, saving energy for the future, watch out for complaining. Listening to the messages. No question about it. Cancer and other heavy diseases are a part of our modern way of life. Aren't disease and disasters nature's way of trying to tell us something? And it is up to us to try to decode the message. Everything around us, everything that happens, every detail of our bodies, everything we think about, say and do, all the struggles we have to face, all the signs, symptoms and diseases actually constitute a roadmap filled with deep hidden messages, designed to help guide us towards achieving our magical and mystical life adventure. It is a long forgotten language, a hidden language, which we all can relearn. Once we understand again what the body and mind is trying to tell us, we can start a conversation. Cancer and any disease can also be seen as, quote, problems are messages. Shakti Gawan. They can be seen as an opportunity to assist us in the book of our life. Signs written in a magical roadmap, guidance in disguise. Wake-up calls, emails and faxes. Cries from the levels of our cells, from the depth of our soul. Experiences to redirect us towards conscious living. Gateways to become old and wise. Treasures leading to harmonious living. Elements of a re-education program. Gifts to help us evolve from being victims to being heroes. Do I accept everything that happens as an important message? Or do I see everything more as trouble and a struggle? I accept everything that happens in my life as a message, guiding me on my magical and mystical life adventure. Listening to the messages. Pains and discomforts are actually easy to translate. Let me give you a sense of how we can interpret these messages. If something happens to your hands, ask yourself, what is it what I have difficulty with handling? When imbalances show up in the eyes or ears, ask yourself, what is it you don't want to see or hear? With problems in the large intestines, find out what you're holding on to, either physically, mentally, or emotionally, and perhaps a combination of all three. The colon relates to the elimination of waste. Is it surprising that in poor countries serious problems often surface in the eyes, a sign that people do not see a future for themselves? Sometimes they even lose their eyesight. Leprosy signifies having no hope, a profound sense of unworthiness, a deep expression to the desire, just let me rot away. Disease comes to tell us something very important. Actually, everything that happens is a message for us. Unfortunately, we do not take the time to listen. We have forgotten the language needed to understand it. Look at how we live our lives. Most of the time, we are either looking into the future or past. When we are actually living in the moment, we are actually racing through life. We do not really know how to take care of the body and mind. We abuse them to the max, stressing ourselves out. We do not get enough proper rest. When we are confronted with signs and symptoms of disease, we do not want to give them our time or attention or take responsibility for them. Quote, "The more help a person has in his garden, the less it belongs to him." William Hay Davies. End of quote. It is just like someone who is on drugs or alcohol, not wanting to take responsibility, who basically abandons the body and mind to such an extent that they have to let somebody or something else run the show. Visualize diseased body parts as a group of cell children or characters living inside of us who have been denied attention and been abused and are cut off from their family. When they realize that nobody really cares, they will be looking for ways to get attention. They will, in one way or another, take over our life. Looking at these children, we can conclude that their behavior is abnormal. They are out of control. But is that not what we would expect from children with parents who do not care for them? They are rebelling. They have something to tell us, and they will spread the news to every part of the body until we start listening. We do listen in a way, but we always want someone else to take care of the problem. When your children need to tell you something important, do you send them to someone else to talk to them? We are missing the point. We are missing what they want to say to us. We keep trying to push them down, to beat them into submission, hoping that they will keep quiet. Eventually, we have to face the payback. The cells are crying out for attention, insisting that something needs to change, and in the end, it all comes to the surface. We have to pay the price for mistreating them. It may be that our systems simply cease to function properly, or that parts have been cut out of our body. It may be that we have to stay on medication for the rest of our life. Is this really the price we want to pay? On another level, disease is an expression of the fact that not enough old stuff is being eliminated from the body, the physical equivalent of our controlling and holding on to the things of the world. And not enough positive new stuff is entering it, because we are afraid of change. The result of these imbalances is that the body consumes itself. Do I listen and try to understand the messages expressing an imbalance? Do I take responsibility? Do I just put other people in charge of fixing me up or fixing the problem? I accept every message expressing an imbalance in whatever form it occurs. I claim full responsibility and want to understand its deeper meaning. Filling up the waste bucket. When signs, symptoms, and disease start showing up in our life, another way of looking at it is that our waste bucket is full to the brim. Everybody who is born comes into this life with physical, mental, and emotional waste in his or her bucket, the result of being in the womb, genetic inheritance, or for those believing in past lives, waste from the past. All this explains why young children sometimes fall sick at a very early stage in their life. How long the symptoms and disease take to manifest depends a lot on the individual's constitution, how big their bucket is, and how much resilience they have towards coping with accumulated waste. The bucket starts filling up with pollution of all kinds, with everything from unhealthy foods containing pesticides and chemicals, to our not being able to digest what we hear and experience in our immediate environment. There are also all the negative and poisonous thoughts we are unable to digest while we are growing up. When the bucket wants to clean itself, we experience vomiting, increased body temperature associated with flu and fevers, and when we try to suppress the symptoms by one means or another, all we are doing is adding even more waste to our systems. Think about all the times in our life we have suppressed the symptoms of flu, a beautiful natural cleaning process. When the body has collected too much waste, it tries to raise its temperature to burn up the waste products. Each time we stop the process, we miss an incredible opportunity to clean out the waste bucket. Quote, "Better keep yourself clean and bright. You are the window through which you must see the world." George Bernard Shaw. End of quote. From time to time, the body gives up and tries to store everything inside the bucket. So we experience little signs, which we usually try to ignore, such as rashes, headaches, allergies, digestive problems, irritation, and many slowly developing symptoms of premature old age. When we keep on going like this, more stress comes into our life, but we never want to slow down. We do everything we can to stop the body telling us that the bucket is full, and then we wonder why we end up with a serious disease. The waste bucket phenomena is acting on the cellular level throughout our entire body. When the bucket starts overflowing, the symptoms start showing up in our weakest spot, which is after all the best way to force us to pay attention. But usually we fail to realize that the entire body is out of balance, and we just focus on curing the problem at the weakest spot. Yes, the body needs us to immediately pay attention to that spot, but just as important, the bucket needs to be cleaned on all levels. Also, we need to make some changes so that the filling of the bucket does not fill itself up again. The body constantly gives us messages, but we have no time for them. We do not know how to interpret them. We prefer to put others in charge of fixing us up and carrying on with the inappropriate things we were doing in the first place. Quote, "Better keep yourself clean and bright. You are the window through which you must see the world." George Bernard Shaw. End of quote. Do I have any idea how full my bucket of waste is? Or that it may already be overflowing? I choose to clean my accumulation of waste on every level and do everything in my power to accumulate as little as possible in the future in order to avoid any further imbalances. Symbolic messages expressing imbalances. The three major causes of death in our society are: number 1, heart disease; number 2, cancer; number 3, medication. Let's look at some of the symbolic messages expressing an imbalance. Let's take heart disease, which is number 1 on the list of today's health and death causes. We tend to look at life in a hard way. We live a rather hard life regarding the things we do and do to ourselves. We take things too personally and too hard, and too much too hard. We consume foods that are hard to digest and harden our arteries. We close our heart, not knowing how to really deal with the love issues in our relationships. We try to bypass our feelings or getting attached to loving and hating things and people of this world. Because life is so hard, we do things that in our eyes will bring the balance or fulfill us, but actually make it worse. For compensation, we focus on food, alcohol, and God knows what all making it harder for the body to function with ease. We harden in the process And then we wonder why a heart attack or other heart disease come to wake us up. In case of cancer, we have seen under the heading Interpreting the Messages that they are neglected cell children in need of attention. Children who do not get proper attention start behaving abnormal and basically rebel. Not wanting to take responsibility and becoming addicted to medication is a clear message in our society. We don't want to take the time to deal with pain, signs, symptoms, and disease, and others need to fix us. We don't make an investigation what all these drugs have as side effects, but it is the same how we eat and live. We think there are no consequences, forgetting we live in the realm of cause and effect. What we sow, we must reap. What comes around will go around. It is not for me to judge the world of medication, but look at the TV on the amount of commercials promoting medication. Are we not going out of balance? The medical world and medication has its place in our world, and we cannot just say, oh, everybody is doing it. All of us have an individual responsibility. Quote, whenever you find you're on the side of the majority, it is time to pause and reflect. Mark Twain, end of quote. We are usually quite stunned when messages expressing imbalances show up. We react as if an alien being has invaded our lives and body. We use the phrase, I have this or that condition, far too much when dealing with signs, symptoms, and disease, as if we got that from someone else. So, it is not so much that I am having a heart attack as I am attacking my own heart. I am suffering from a heart disease, but rather I am a disease to my heart. Not that I had a bypass, but rather I am bypassing my heart. Not so much I have a pain in the neck as I am a pain in the neck. Not that I have cancer, I am cancer, but that I am consuming my life, or I'm eating my own self away, or I'm giving up my responsibilities towards vitality and health. Depending on where the disease is taking over, we could say, I am taking my own breath away with lung imbalances. I'm taking away my foundation of my physical body, bone problems. I'm letting my old anger eat me away, gall and liver imbalances. I am consuming myself through bitterness, pancreas problems. And is it not that any disease gets us the best and hopefully our attention at our weakest spot or area? Anyone who has attended an AA, Alcoholic Anonymous meeting, knows that when people use the phrase, I am an alcoholic, that they are claiming responsibility for their condition and thereby empowering themselves to turn things around. But let's first look at the imbalances that show up on the weakest part of our body, indicating where we need to start paying attention. Quote, the life which is not examined is not worth living. Plato, end of quote. Bones and skeleton. I am breaking down the foundation of my physical existence. A positive affirmation. I'm building my life on a different foundation. Prostate and uterus. I'm losing the taste for life. I am too rigid and serious. A positive affirmation. I am creative, flexible, and playful. Blood. I am not circulating well in life and not letting things circulate in a relaxed fashion. A positive affirmation. I am circulating differently in life so I can let things happen more smooth and circulate in a more healthy way through my body. Large intestines, the colon. I am controlling and holding on to the things in the world, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Positive affirmation: I'm letting go of control and letting go on all levels of the things I have been holding on to. Liver: I am not able to digest and filter things in my life, physically, mentally, and emotionally. I'm angry, pissed off, and unable to convert these emotions into something positive. A positive affirmation: I forgive myself and others and disconnect the anger connected to those moments. Gallbladder: I'm fed up with certain experiences in life's adventure and wanting to spit gall. I've been holding on for too long to old anger. A positive affirmation: I feel the lightness in my life and let go of my old anger. Kidneys: I'm expelling all my energy in the pursuits of worldly life. Positive affirmation: I preserve my energy. Pancreas: I am bitter at life's experiences and the things that steal the sweetness from my life. A positive affirmation: I'm a sweet person and getting rid of my bitterness. Stomach: I'm unable to sort out and digest life's experiences. I do not have the stomach for it anymore. I'm unable to digest things and have a fistful of fear. A positive affirmation: I simplify life so I can sort things out more easily, digest them, and let go of fear. The lungs: I'm running out of air by doing too much. I'm suffocating as a result of holding things in, not wanting to inhale or exhale certain experiences. A positive affirmation: I love to breathe in and exhale all my experiences and get rid of the things I carry inside my chest. Breasts: I'm having a hard time nurturing myself and others. A positive affirmation: I let the life force nurture me and others. Brain: I spend too much time in my head, miscommunicating with myself, others, and the world. A positive affirmation: I reconnect with all aspects of myself and life and find new ways to communicate. Thyroid: I'm speaking too much, complaining too much, or I am unable to speak up. A positive affirmation: I express myself without blaming others and without having any expectations. Limbs: I am depleting my immune and defense system. Positive affirmation: I preserve and boost my immune system. But let's not forget that when an imbalance expresses itself in one area of our body, it is really the entire body that is out of balance. It is just expressing itself at the weakest point, so as to force us to pay attention. Any idea what and where my weakest point is? I realize that every message of imbalance is a reflection of my entire state of being. Separating ourselves. Let's look how deeply involved we are with the process of separating ourselves. When disease occurs in our body, we look at it as something separate from ourselves. This sense of isolation is prevalent in every aspect of our society. Not only do we live with a sense of separation from the Creator, we have isolated ourselves from nature. We live so much inside our heads. We have isolated the mind from the body. Even in our homes, we all live in separate rooms. We look at disease in the body in the same way. We focus on the diseased parts of the body as though it were a separate entity. Quote, what we think, we become. Buddha. End of quote. In our stressful lives, all our energy is going out towards the things in the world around us. Separation again. When we fail to take care of the body temple, we invite something else to take over. It is rather like someone inviting God to visit our body temple without considering that we are never at home to receive him. Our thoughts are always either in the past and the future as we race through the moments of our life without ever being aware of the consequences. We compartmentalize the different parts of our body and lose sight of the big picture, the purpose for which we are here. Do I see and approach everything as one? As long as I keep on separating things in life, I will have to live in isolation. Taking care of the whole. We can look at separation in various ways and ask ourselves, have we forgotten the Creator's plan? God, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, the Trinity in all, the body, mind, and spirit in every human being, the body, memory, and life force in everything in creation, the positive, the negative, and the neutral, which exists even at the cellular level where we find protons, electrons, and neutrons. As souls, we have the obligation to take care of the whole. Quote, what we think, we become. Buddha. Most of us look at lives as bits and pieces, and it seems as though we look at a broken mirror with pieces scattered all over the place. We are desperately looking to put our mirror or puzzle back together, trying to pick up the pieces here and there. But every time we pick up one piece, we realize another is missing. We forget to look at the entire picture and realize everything is already in place. When we try to deal with one or two pieces at the time, we are actually dividing everything again. At the level of our soul, we see all as one. So we can certainly try to reflect our soul in the way we look at ourselves and our lives. Do I realize that I am a soul which knows everything? I take care of my body, mind, and soul. Living an unfulfilled life. Living in the world, being emotionally involved in all the events we experience and at the same time feeling isolated, makes us feel deeply unfulfilled. As a result, react by filling our lives up with very unhealthy things. Doing too much, running after more and more money, possessions, and power, eating energy depleted and sugar foods, taking drugs, drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes, and other unsavory habits. When we fail to live our lives from a higher perspective, we feel isolated and unhappy, and we become dependent on an imaginary surrogate mother who feeds us with anything that will fill us up and keep us quiet. Many people live in a malnourished body because they do not get enough fresh life energy foods and deplete the little energy they have, exhausting themselves in the world. Quote, the first wealth is health. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Pain, discomfort, stress and struggle, which are all a result of feeling separated from our true essence, our spirit, leaves us with a feeling of emptiness, which we try to fill with the sweet and unhealthy things of this mortal world. What is all missing in my life? I focus my efforts on achieving inner fulfillment rather than filling myself up with the things that are unfulfilling. Separation, the origin of all our pains. Once we realize that we are not physical beings, but actually spiritual beings, we can see that separation. not being consciously in touch with our eternal conscious living energy force. And that is the origin of all our pains. If we take a deep look at the symptoms, disease, pain, and discomforts in our lives, when we take stock of our bucket of waste, we come to the conclusion: these things are all reactions, not to a single imbalanced action, but to many imbalanced actions. This imbalance is not only connected to our present state of being, but to our whole environment, but also our past states of being and the environment in which we have lived. Our genes carry the memory of all balances and imbalances from the time we as eternal conscious living energy forces, adventurous souls, took on a physical body and a physical mind in order to experience this physical world. The primary result of these states of imbalance is that we are separated on a conscious level from our Creator. Quote, "We are too much accustomed to attribute to a single cause, to which is the product of several, and the majority of our controversies come from that." Marcus Aurelius. End of quote. There is always a reaction to every action, either coming from the memory and history of our genetic makeup, or, for those who believe in past lives, the reaping today of the results of actions from the past. From another perspective, we can see how we became separated from our higher beings, and how the sense organs started to take over and rule our adventure. This has at different times been described as the downfall of man, or man eating the forbidden fruit, the process of starting to act in this world as if it was real, identifying with its objects and trying to hold on to them. As a natural consequence, we feel separated from our real selves, unfulfilled in our lives, and start looking for gratification in the physical world. When we felt separated from our spiritual nature and started seeking gratification from the things of the material world, we became ruled by our sense organs. Then we forget how to live in harmony in the world, forget our true nature, fail to understand how the world functions and how everything interrelates, and we find ourselves creating action after action which binds us even more deeply to this world. When we can't find fulfillment, we perform actions without knowing how to behave as a true eternal conscious living energy force adventure. We forget how to act within the balancing forces of universe and nature that govern these physical realms, and we become lost on all levels, missing the real goal of our real life adventure. Quote, "Relearning the basics of life rewards us with renewed vitality, a new and brighter outlook, an improved attitude about ourselves, others, and the world." Carl Phillips. End of quote. We have not only separated ourselves from our Creator, we have lost touch with our innate universal knowledge. We have reduced ourselves to a level of conditioned and limited knowledge, cutting ourselves off from nature itself. We also lose touch with our culture, our families, and our partners. We even experience separation within our own bodies. With so many of us living mostly in our heads, we fail to realize how our body and mind are affected by each and every action. We become so polluted that at times parts of our body have to be separated or surgically removed. Whenever we feel abandoned, we feel pain. Think about the pain we feel in separation, the child being separated from the mother, when we get fired, laid off, or separated from our job, or separated by death from loved ones. When we just live in our heads, In a way that is disconnected or separated from our body, this creates pain in our physical body. There is pain in each cell of our body when they get separated from nature's true nurturing energies. Imagine the pain of being separated from our original home, the ocean of love. As long as we do not unite with our true self, the life-giving, life-sustaining force, all attempts to balance pain will at best be just momentary successes. The true, real, and unchangeable balance will only be found when we have totally merged with the life-giving, life-creating, and life-sustaining force. Quote, "The great use of life is to spend it for something that outlasts it." William James. End of quote. Do I feel alone and lonely at times? Am I trying to find a reason for everything that happens? There is no need to find a definite reason why things happen in life, as there is always more behind the curtain that we cannot see from this level of consciousness. I realize, however, that the root cause of all pain is my separation from my Creator. Racing with a regular car. Imagine the body as a rented car, through which our soul is trying to experience creation. The mind and the sense organs at one point in time took the driver's seat and started steering us towards finding fulfillment from things in this world, without taking proper care and thinking about the consequences. We started to race through life, desperately running after more and more experience. The car starts to break down, but as soon as we are able to fix it, we go right on the racing track again, even though it was never designed for this. Without real maintenance, the right fuel, oils and lubricants, the car starts showing more and more signs of wear and tear. The car doesn't get the rest it needs, and we wonder why one day it breaks down completely, why we have to sit in it and cannot go anywhere. Then we have to just sit there looking out of the window, waiting till our allotted lifespan is over. Quote, "Every human being is the author of his own health or disease." Buddha. End of quote. Do I keep myself fit with a balanced exercise program? Or am I always racing against time, pushing, forcing, creating more and more stress? Do I race through my meals? Are we constantly trying to adjust to the different demands we put on our bodies due to our work, ignoring such elementary factors as the changing of the seasons? Do we ever give any thought to the fact that we need different foods at different times and for different purposes? Do we take enough time off and nurture our bodies with rejuvenating, healing assisting treatments such as massages, skin exfoliation, and visits to the sauna? Imagine for a moment that you had bought $1 million racehorse. You would take the time to study how to take care of it, how to feed it with the best foods. Are we any less important than this racehorse? Why aren't we doing the research about how to look after ourselves and feed ourselves? Before we buy a house or car, don't we do our homework, carefully researching the value before making a purchase? Most of us use the body as a garbage disposal unit, hoping that everything gets through the drain pipe without any problems. Am I driving my body too fast? Am I giving my body the best fuel? Am I giving my body the proper care it needs? I am learning to drive in a more sensitive way through life, avoiding wearing my car out prematurely. Saving energy for the future. Most of us have a savings account, one kind of another, and make provisions for the future by buying lands and houses, investing in stocks, buying into pension plans, planning consciously or consciously for our children to take care of us later in life, or just taking out insurance policies, either for medical, life, school, or home insurance. Quote, "We cannot escape fear. We can only transform it into a companion that accompanies us on all our exciting adventures. Take a risk a day, one small or bold stroke that will make you feel great once you have done it." Susan Jeffers, end of quote. This is perfectly normal. But if we do it based on fear about the future, it will automatically take away from living in the present moment. It forces us to constantly focus on busily working for the future. In this case, we are actually refusing to accept our lives in the present moment, generally because we are not accepting things in the past, and we are just fooling ourselves that by saving and ensuring for the future, we will be able to accept our life when the future comes. When we are just busying ourselves working for the future, we actually forget to take care of ourselves right now. The stress and pressures we create manifests in symptoms and disease, and this creates premature aging. So regrettably, when in the future these worldly savings we have been working to accumulate come to fruition, we may not be able to enjoy them because our bodies will be too worn out. So why not invest in the bank of our living cells, which need sunshine, fresh water, healthy air, live foods, exercise, good company, all provided by a manager who is aware. Why not take care of the savings accounts on the level of our mind? Because what we think about, how we condition our minds today, will be the reality we have to live in the future. We also may want to invest in our spiritual account by daily fulfilling our obligations to our soul and the Creator through prayer, meditation, or whatever means of connection we prefer, thereby planting our spiritual seeds back into heaven. Quote, "Real prayer is not by the lips, nor by said words. It comes from the heart. And the heart knows the equivalence of silence. The real prayer is surrender to His will." Huzur Maharaj Charan Singh, end of quote. Investing our time and energy in this new saving plan is nothing less than an obligation towards our body, mind, and soul. Am I really busy on all levels with preserving my cell energy for the future? I will stop wasting all my energy just working for the future, but rather save this energy for the future. Watching out for complaining. In general, we are not content with our lives. We are always racing to fill the emptiness of our unfulfilled lives and complaining about just about everything. If we take a look at the past hour or the past day, we can see how much we have been complaining. We complain in both obvious and subtle ways about events affecting ourselves and others, and even events which are happening in distant parts of the world. It becomes so fast second nature to complain about our life, how seemingly others are treating us, how others are complaining, and even the most subtle ways we tend to complain. Most of us have a home, some money to buy food and clothing and a car. Most of us are not too bad off. But we all seem to keep on complaining. Let's look at the Dutch language, in which the word for cancer, kanker, means complaining. Maybe cancer is a global warning, giving us the message to stop complaining. We all have one or more cancers in our life we complain about constantly. Either it is about the partner, the government, the weather, the business, the news, how our body looks or feels, and endless other things. I am not saying that we shouldn't complain when our telephone stops working, or the waiter brings us the wrong dish in a restaurant. I'm referring to the constant underlying feeling that we are victims, that we are being deprived of things, and that the world is against us. And the 101 ways we bring ourselves down by gossiping, negative talk, and reacting badly to situations. Complaining in these ways is a poison of the worst kind. Quote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Seneca, end of quote. Just be honest with yourself. Take a pen and a piece of paper and write down all the things you complain about. Be even more honest and ask the people close to you to make a list of everything you complain about. I choose to stop complaining about things, as it is a poison for my body, mind, and spirit. Chapter 2. Accepting my personal book of life. Who wrote my story? Challenges in the world of opposites. Pointing fingers and becoming victims. Accepting our role and script in life. A book with a higher purpose. Nothing to add or subtract. Who wrote disease in my book? Learn to follow. About choices and free will. Who wrote my story? Connected to us complaining so much, one of the most difficult subjects is asking ourselves, who wrote my story? Who wrote all the things that happened in my past, and why did I end up in the situation I am in now? Visualize anything of the past that make us what we are today as an inheritance or a phone call. In order to deal better, what we have to face is to accept that inheritance, that call. We may say I like it or I don't like it, but are not the struggles in our life that formed our character? When we don't accept our past, it may be very hard to accept where and who we are today. Whether we understand it fully or not, whether we accept it or not, each of us is moving through the pages of our own individual book of life. When we ask ourselves, but who wrote this book? Most of us will answer, I did. Otherwise, it would mean we are admitting that we are victims. So, while at one level we all admit we have written our book, we still keep complaining all the time and pointing fingers, say somebody or something did this or that to us. Quote, "By accepting our life we can become heroes. By not accepting, we will stay victims." Some of us prefer to say that God wrote the book of my life. In that case, everything he wrote must have a purpose, as we all generally accept that he is all-knowing. Everything in my life must have a meaning. So to blame things on other people makes no sense. Nobody is doing anything to me, because everything that is written is there for a higher purpose and is for my ultimate good. When I complain that somebody or something is giving me pain, troubling me, I'm actually complaining to God, who I believe wrote my book. I'm saying that he is doing things to me that are not right, or letting others do them to me. So why not accept that others, including our partners and children, wrote their own books, or that God wrote them? Not only do we make ourselves victim in our own book, but we also encourage others to feel like victims in their books. What is wrong in my life? I claim full responsibility for everything I wrote in my personal book of life, and refuse to feel a victim of circumstances. Challenges in the world of opposites. How often do we complain about one side of life, or chasing after the other side, but are again unable to hold on to it? We fight with creation itself and how it functions. Why complaining about things that need to be a certain way? They are part of the makeup of creation. Understanding the simple truths, the guidelines and regulations, sometimes visible and other times invisible, of nature and universe, they can be very useful, especially at very critical times. Just as clear we want to see our situation confronted with a heavy disease and going for scanning and tests, it is just or even more important to get an overview where we are and what things could help us to change things around. Our adventure in life involves constantly experiencing duality, the yes and no, the ups and downs, the sun and moon, pleasure and pain, feminine and masculine, alpha and omega, yin and yang, the positive and negative. The adventure involves experiencing imbalances and the need to find clues to restoring balance again. We have written our book, and this is the adventure we are going to experience. Here in the world of duality, everything has two sides, but we can easily get trapped in the illusion that it is better to try and solely pursue one side while trying to desperately avoid the other. The adventure in creation is about experiencing both sides of duality, because one side never exists without the other. From a spiritual point of view, we are souls, eternal forces of life, equipped with a body and mind. We are experiencing creation, the world of opposites, with the constraints of time, which causes everything to constantly change. Life is an experience of moments, places, faces, and events. Every moment is filled with its own experiences. Life is an ongoing experience, and at each moment we have the opportunity to experience something new from a physical, mental, or emotional point of view. Quote, "If you can find a path with no obstacles, it probably doesn't lead anywhere." Frank A. Clark. End of quote. We are here to experience the material energies, pain and pleasure, which are the balancing forces of nature and universe. We go through a vast array of experiences and sensations, breathing, crawling, walking, running, driving, flying, working, studying. We experience relationships, parenting, children, marriage, touching, seeing, sensing, smelling, hearing, tasting foods, resting, sleeping. We find ourselves in different places, different countries, cities and streets, seeing countless faces, driving cars, living in any number of homes. We experience time. We go through the different stages of life, through changes, through seasons, nights, days, through the changes and the changing phases of the sun and the moon. We exercise, we have thoughts, hold conversations, have emotions, feelings, dreams, wishes, fantasies, and much, much more. Life in creation is for us to experience the two sides of everything and learn how to deal with these phenomena. Am I busy with trying to secure only one side of life and make sure that the other side doesn't show up? I am here in this worldly adventure to experience the two sides found in everything. Pointing fingers and becoming victims. As long as we keep pointing a finger, trying to attribute blame for everything or someone else, thinking the cause of our problems always comes from the outside. We are just turning ourselves into victims of circumstances. But should we really be pointing a finger at the people who do things to us? What about war? What about being robbed or somebody driving into my car? Who should be blamed in those cases? It doesn't matter what happens in our life, so long as we do not take responsibility, for we have written it all into our book and keep pointing our finger at others, we will always remain victims of circumstances. See what you did to me. You make me this or that. My boss did this, the government did that, and so forth. Everything on the outside is merely a reflection of our own state of mind. We couldn't recognize anything on the outside if we didn't already have the picture and knowledge of it within our own mind. In other words, the things and people who are giving us problems and we are pointing our fingers at are in fact just behavioral patterns or personality traits within ourselves, which we have not yet embraced. It takes courage to look at ourselves and make changes, because it is easier to blame somebody or something. Quote, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." Seneca, end of quote. Look at how many fingers point back at ourselves when we point our finger at others. If you look carefully at any day in our lives, we'll probably be surprised to see how many times we have pointed a finger at something or somebody. Earlier we talked about how our bucket is always filling up with waste. Let's think about how we are always pointing our finger at companies supplying unhealthy foods, at factories producing pollution, at governments and other institutions doing weird things. We can do our best trying to convince or argue with them, but as long as we are supporting them by buying and consuming their products and not searching for different ways to live, we will always remain victims. Do I blame others for the anger I have inside myself? Do I still point the finger at others and make myself the victim? I choose not to point the finger at anything and making myself into a victim of circumstances. Accepting our role and script in life. Our book of life can be compared to a script we have to play in a movie or on the stage of life. Most of us complain about our problems without realizing the benefits of accepting our scripts. We are always looking enviously at others who apparently have a better life than us. But we never stop to think that everyone has the same problem accepting their own role. The one we envy the most are probably no less unable to accept their own script than we are. And they too are probably always hoping something better will come along. I often visualize us all being on the stage and God being in the audience, in the only seat in the theater watching us. But unfortunately he has fallen asleep because none of us want to play our roles according to our scripts, and instead are complaining, comparing our lives with those around us, running away from our problems and situations, and constantly looking for another script. Quote, "Nothing happens to anybody which he is not fitted by nature to bear." Marcus Aurelius. End of quote. In this context, there are three groups of people. Group 1 always tries to run away from situations and has to encounter them again with a different face and in a different place. The second group stays, where they are and keeps on pointing fingers at others and complaining about their circumstances. The third group accepts what comes and makes the best out of every situation. Am I a runner? Am I a complainer? Am I someone who accepts life as it is and makes the best out of every situation? I accept all the roles I have to play in the theater of life. A book with a higher purpose. When we understand and accept that we have written our book of life, then we understand that everyone else must also have written their own book. We may not understand from our limited point of view why so many of us, alive today or in the past, wrote such strange books. Maybe there are answers for everything we may not see from our level, or maybe there are no answers, but we can definitely take another view at things. But there are no victims. There are no victims of disease, war, or hunger. Having this understanding doesn't mean that we shouldn't have compassion for those who are suffering or fail to give as much as help as we can. I believe that we all have already written the perfect book for the evolution of our soul. It is just that we are constantly seeking understanding, solutions and satisfaction on a worldly level, and this keeps us separated from our Creator and own true inheritance. Quote, God must become an activity in our consciousness. Joel S. Goldsmith, end of quote. Those very habits and patterns which keep coming back again and again, that we want to get rid of, have their own purpose. How many times have we said, I did it again, and get upset with ourselves? These recurring patterns are very important checkpoints to help us to see how we deal with similar situations each time they occur in a different way. Without them, we cannot determine whether we are making any improvements or not. Maybe by the third time we experience the same situation, we go through it more easily. By the fifth time we are less emotionally involved, and by the 10th time it no longer affects us at all, because as we have adopted a different outlook and have become an observer of our own life. This is how we can see it if we are maturing, gaining wisdom and achieving a higher level of consciousness. Do I seek material gain and success? Do I really think that these will give me peace and contentment? Do I believe that there is a higher purpose for me being in this world? I realize that everything I wrote in my book of life is not for any material gain, but for the evolution of my soul. Nothing to add or subtract. Not accepting the things written in our book of life, the past and the present events that affect us, and wishing for better things to happen will not change our book of this life at all. It will just rob us of the ability to live life fully and achieve full awareness by living in the moment. The hardest thing to accept is that we cannot add or subtract anything from our book, and that complaining, pointing a finger at others, and wishing we could write a new book may, if future life exists, mean that we might just have to come back to live out these roles we have created. Quote, what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared what lies within us. Ralph Waldo Emerson. End of quote. There may be no future lives, but would we want to leave the effects of these unfinished books for our children or future generations to deal with? Do we want to do this? We want things from our past to disappear. We do not accept what is happening at the present moment in our lives, but we are busy looking into the future, hoping and dreaming that everything will become perfect. We will have a perfect book the moment we look at things from a higher perspective, rather than trying to create heaven here on earth. Do I really believe that if I do not accept my past and do not accept what is happening now, that in the future everything will be all right and I will be able to accept my life and circumstances? I realize that I cannot add or subtract anything from my book of life, but I can only start reading it and allowing it to guide me from a different perspective. Who wrote disease in my book? To avoid being a victim, we must also admit that we wrote the disease in our book. We wrote it and all the people we needed to meet, the medication we would take, and the healing process we would undergo. We wrote all the circumstances we experience on our adventure. Quote, all life is an experiment. Ralph Waldo Emerson, end of quote. There are no coincidences and everything has a reason. It is not just our diet or the stress that are to be blamed, because even people living a healthy lifestyle may find a disease knocking at their door. Definitely, unhealthy lifestyles increase the odds of it happening, but there is always more going on behind the curtain, things we cannot see from our level of consciousness. To avoid being a victim, we may want to accept that we wrote the rebel in our book, and when no improvements seem possible, we could just trust that we wrote it for a higher purpose. Do I accept that I wrote disease in the book of my life? I accept that I wrote disease in the book of my life as part of the adventure, guiding me to new awareness and experiences. Quote, real learning comes about when the competitive spirit has ceased. J. Krishnamurti, end of quote. Learn to follow. Many of us have a hard time admitting that we wrote our book and that everything is happening as it is written, meaning that we no longer have anything to complain about. Living life with this understanding is living the life of a disciple, a follower of the higher power. It means following one's own book instead of pushing too hard, forcing things, expecting to, and complaining about things. Look at life of great souls following their teacher and their teachings, and that the life of a true disciple is not easy either, because it all boils down to taking responsibility. So let's avoid becoming a victim of disease and look at it as a healing adventure, a part of the adventure of our life. Healing can take place on so many different levels. When it doesn't happen on the physical level at all, it is to look at it as a healing process for the benefit of our soul, helping us to get closer to who we really are. We can look at disease as helping us make drastic changes in our lives. Am I in competition with my book and with the Creator? Or am I following it and assisting myself with my life experiences, moving towards a higher level of consciousness? In order to be a good disciple, we may want to learn to follow our book and the guidance of the higher power. About choices and free will. When we are confronted with the question of freedom and free will, our hair stands on end. We feel completely helpless, as though we are being controlled. Yes, we are controlled by our sense organs, the mind, our conditionings, the practical needs of the body, the weather, economy, laws, and not to forget the invisible laws of universe and nature. Even when we think about how much progress we have achieved, we are still willing to go at war with people to get what we want. Where can real peace be found? Look at the things we are busy with ourselves, with to achieve freedom, and yet in the end we find that we are still bound to so many things of this world, where real freedom doesn't exist. The battle, if there is a battle to fight, is with our own mind, which keeps us in bondage. All our actions today Are all our actions today not a result from our past actions and the programming we went through? Yes, we must act as if we have that power of choice and that we have the will to choose even though the choice is already written. We have to stay an active part in our adventure, but after we go right or left, we must accept that choice we made and the outcome, or we end up in a battle of winning or losing. The winning will most likely be connected to pride and the ego, and the losing to become a victim. It is better to take constantly that responsibility, adjust, and make the best out of the situation, and let our expectation aside. Quote, liberty means responsibility. That's why most men dread it. George Bernard Shaw, end of quote. We are like conditioned robots, programmed by what we have been conditioned to believe. We eat, think, and speak and act on the battlefield of life, fighting with ourselves, others, and the world. Do I want to keep on fighting, or do I want to change my perspective? Do I want to identify with a robot, or with that what I truly, essentially am? I may not be able to change everything I want to change in this life, but I definitely have the power to change my perspective. Chapter 3: Declaring War on Disease. Declaring war on disease. Is this the approach we want to take? Let's take a look at whether we are doing the right thing about cancer and disease and making the best choices. Killing the disease. Generally in life we try to eliminate the competition, the opponent in sports, our rivals in business, and sometimes even the people closest to us. We try to eliminate unwanted habits and the characters or personality traits within ourselves. When we are overweight, we see the problem as our enemy. In most cases, when we are confronted with a disease, we declare war on it, just like we do with everything else. We fail to realize that we were the ones who gave it an open invitation. We can only see it as an enemy invading us. As soon as we do this, we lose our control over the situation and become victims. From that moment on, we are playing a game at which we will either win or lose the battle. We are setting ourselves up for possible defeat, and even if the enemy does become inactive, we continue to live in the fear that it will come back one day and attack us again. From this point, we have lost any hope of accepting our own responsibility and have become real victims. In order to control the disease, we seek the help of people in the medical field and try to enlist them like soldiers in an army, encouraging them to use every available weapon to kill the enemy. They attack the body with the heaviest possible munitions, leaving us to deal with the terrible collateral damage that generally ensues. If indeed we are lucky enough to survive the devastation of the attacks or treatments. As soon as we take this route, normal life as we know it is over. We have entered a war zone. Quote, people who fight fire with fire usually end up with ashes. Abigail van Buren, end of quote. Years ago, the war against cancer was touted as a major victory, and we heard promises of reducing cancer fatalities by 50% within a decade. Today, the death rate has doubled, and 1 out of every 2 people have to face cancer in one form or another during their life. In his seminar, the director of the clinic I mentioned in the first chapter pointed out that although cancerous areas of the body can be surgically removed and the enemy destroyed, often the patients die shortly thereafter because they are unable to cope with their new situation. Do we really want to take this route? There are many things inside our bodies and on our skin that technically should not be there, such as cholesterol, stones in the gallbladder and kidneys, warts, calluses, dormant and inactive tumors, and so forth. Yes, we need to do our best to clean them, and there are many ways, but we have to watch out not to risk our life. The question is either we would prefer to live a good quality life with dormant forms of cancer present or risk our lives by going to war with them and cutting them all out. Am I only going to be happy when every potential threat of disease is gone? Although enormous effort and funds are being brought to bear on the problem, we may want to ask ourselves whether this drastic strategy of attacking and destroying the enemy strategy is not too extreme. Do I still want to kill the enemy called disease and cancer? I am choosing a more sensitive approach to cancer and disease. Wiping out the immune system empties the storehouse of our defenses. The greatest danger of using even the gentlest of the hardcore attack and destroy methods to eradicate the enemy disease is that they will further decrease the strength of the immune system, which was doubtlessly weak in the first place for disease to have surfaced. Try to visualize the immune system, our defense mechanism, as a reservoir of liquid energy. By stressing ourselves out with worry, negative thought patterns, destructive habits, overwork, and consuming food depleted of life energy, the reservoir loses more and more energy. The first area affected is our pelvis, the command center of our immune system, which tends to be increasingly confronted with disease. So we become old, stiff, and stubborn. Where are the old wise men and women of the past who counseled the tribe of the family and assisted those younger and less experienced than themselves? The world is in need of people who mature with age and who remain flexible in their outlook, maintain their vitality, and are wise. Quote, knowledge can be communicated, but not wisdom. Hermann Hesse, end of quote. Going with the flow is a great help, creatively dancing through life's ever-changing adventure. Dance itself was always one of the greatest means of keeping people happy, flexible, and full of vitality. The reservoir of life energy can stay full for an entire lifetime, being used when needed to fight off a cold or flu, to assist the body through the changes of the seasons, repair small injuries and infections, and counter the effect of bad air and pollution. The reservoir is refilled whenever we get lots of rest, by eating the right foods and having positive thoughts. But with our modern lifestyle, the reservoir is emptied too fast and is rarely ever filled up again. So we end up having no strength left in our body to defend itself. When confronted with disease, our first concern possibly is to choose a strategy, a healing assisting protocol or cure that will boost the immune system and to fill up this reservoir as much as possible. We mustn't do anything that will further reduce our immune system, depleting or totally emptying our reservoir of life energy. Do I want to preserve or fortify my immune system? I am increasing the energy available for my immune system and avoiding actions that will deplete it. Wiping out our planet's resources. Immune systems are not only present in the human body, they are present in everything in creation. But when we look around, we can see how we are wiping out the immune systems all around us. We deplete the soil's vital energy through agriculture based solely on mass production and profit, never giving the soil a chance to recover and polluting it with poisonous chemicals. The products coming from these soils are essentially very weak themselves, with reduced nutritional value, often tainted by chemicals. The soil's immune system is further depleted by all kinds of waste and pollution carried by the rain. Our waters are polluted and their immune system are being wiped out. The air is polluted and we jeopardize our oxygen in various ways. Animals feed on plants, grow on these soils, drink from these waterways, and breathe the toxins from the air. The animals reared for the food industry live in very questionable and stressful conditions. God knows how they are treated, what is actually fed to them, and what excess of hormones, antibiotics, and such products are used on them. Their immune systems are weakened, and every day we hear of a new disease popping up all over the world, spreading from one area to another. We are involved in a war with the entire world and are wiping out everything that we need to live on. Quote, "It is not enough to do your best. You must know what to do and then do your best." W. Edward Deming, end of quote. Do I want to participate in preserving the immune system of the planet? I realize that we are destroying the immune system of the entire planet. I choose to act in ways that will help to preserve the planet. At war with ourselves. The phenomena of war is a reflection of our minds. We are at war with ourselves and the many characters operating within our personalities. We destroy ourselves with dangerous and poisonous thoughts and foods. Are the chemicals in our food anything but chemical warfare? Just read the labels on the packaging. Just look at the news, watch the violent movies we have created and the violent computer games. We are at war and are living with a time bomb which can explode any minute, exploding in anger, negative outbursts, and sickness. We are gambling with our lives and have not made a proper study what does and what doesn't harm us in the game of life. Every time we eat something without knowing what it may do to our body and mind, every time we do things that are contrary to the flow of healthy and harmonious living, we are betting to lose. We will either lose instantly or will have to face our loss at some future point in time. Quote, "To keep the body in good health is a duty. Otherwise we shall not be able to keep our mind strong and clear." Buddha. End of quote. When we cook, we are standing behind the stove, playing at being chemists without having a degree, without any idea of the consequences. Do we have any idea what kinds of bombs we are preparing? To give you just one example, do we realize that when we are cooking and heat natural oil, we change it from a digestible food to an indigestible one? Just imagine pouring liquid plastic into our bodies. Can we imagine what the body has to do to deal with it? Life doesn't need to be a war zone, constantly playing with danger, fear and violence. It is already hard enough for our soul to live in this world of duality. Do I want to get involved in preventing war and negotiating for peace? I realize that the wars I fight and witness in life are the same wars I have within myself. Repeating previous battles. In general, when we are confronted with any disease, we want to get treated and back to the old life as soon as possible. We never stop to think that our old lifestyle was most likely the very thing that invited the enemy in the first place. Why do we want to live that way of life again? Can't we see that now we have an opportunity to create a new life? Quote, "Opportunities are disguised as hard work, so most people don't recognize them." Ann Landers. End of quote. Why not live a different life with more awareness, more appreciation and contentment, no matter what happens? We experience peaks of excitement and joy the way we lived before, but most of the time we were overwhelmed by work, stress and obligations, trying constantly to find happiness. The periods of happiness were short-lived, and the stress involved in trying to attain happiness wore us out. In a way, we are at war with life, constantly fighting for things we hope to obtain in the future. At the same time, we are trying to protect, control, and secure what we have at the moment. We are always in attack mode, and we want to get instant results. So when we have to deal with sickness, we use the same tactics. We go to war with it, treating it as an enemy, wearing ourselves out and further weakening ourselves. When we think life is only about being successful no matter what the consequences, we are closing our eyes to the damage we are inflicting on our health, family and spiritual life. Do we really want to continue in this way? Do I really want to approach disease the same way as I was approaching life? I am guiding myself in my healing adventure, avoiding the attitudes and behaviors that got me into this situation. At war with my cell children. We need to realize that disease and any diseased area of our body are an integral part of creation and can only exist because of the life-giving love force to which everything is connected. Nothing can exist without this power. Look at the body as a family of cell children and yourself as the parent. Think about how all these cell children are connected to the source of life, without which they couldn't exist. All these children are in need of living water, living food, proper rest, fresh air, plenty of oxygen, sunshine, cleansing, positive communication, and love. We cannot love some of our children and hate the others. Disease cells are part of our family too. Quote, "This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you." John 15:12. You could look at them as kids who are on drugs, who need our support and need to stop their destructive behavior. We cannot supply them with the drugs, but we can support them to get a different life, and we can still love them. Even if one of our children turned out to be a criminal, would we stop loving our child? Going at war with them will definitely not get us anywhere. As parents, we need to start raising our level of consciousness and awareness, reconnecting ourselves with the provider of life. We need to live a more fulfilling and healthy lives, learning to be more content, keeping all of our children healthy. Then the diseased cell children will stop rebelling and asking for so much attention. What other parts of my body am I at war with? I accept every cell and part of my body as a child of my family, and love them all equally, in the knowledge that I have an individual relationship with all of them. Fighting with my team. We could look at ourselves as a football team made up out of many athletes. When we take a closer look at our team, we realize that it consists out of many different types of players: workers, eaters, adventurers, romancers, lazy ones, argumentative ones, control freaks, observers, bored ones, frantic ones, easygoing ones, and many, many other characters. Disease is just one more player in the team, but one who has a very strong influence on all the other team members, and often ends up running the game. All these players are a part of our inner team. We may like certain ones and dislike others, but they are all playing their part. There is no perfect football team. We are living in an imperfect world. Imperfection means that there will always be changes, that everything is created with two faces. This world could not exist without opposites. We could not know sadness without having experienced joy, and vice versa. Unfortunately, most of us fail to grasp this very important fact, and we end up in a losing game where the players are just fighting amongst themselves. No team can only have perfect players, just as our life experience is not made up only of health, sunshine, and smiling faces. The first thing is to bring ourselves to accept the presence of all the different team members, because when one player feels neglected, suppressed, or rejected, he starts to rebel and becomes a problem player. It is not an easy job. We need a coach for the team of life, even if one was not previously present. Most teams are run without a coach. The players are constantly arguing with each other and the game becomes very confusing. This coach is our higher mind. The higher mind needs itself to be trained to learn to work with every player in order to be able to make the team work well together. Bear in mind that the coach has no authority to fire any of the players. The coach, our mind, just like the players, was hired by the owners, the management, none other than the creator. In order to play successfully in the game of life, we may want to accept that every member of our team and acknowledge the role of the coach, even if the coach needs lots of training before being okay with himself and all the players. Quote, how often, even before we began, have we declared the task impossible? And how often have we constructed a picture of ourselves as being inadequate? A great deal depends upon the thought patterns we choose and on the persistence with which we affirm them. Piero Ferrucci, end of quote. The coach will have to work with each individual player in order to create harmony. Every individual is equally important. The team and the coach needs to understand that the game of life is not about winning and losing, but maneuvering playfully through the adventure of life. The diseased team player needs to be accepted and allowed to be part of the team, but managed properly so as not to get all the attention and starts running the show. He needs to get on the bench. Am I playing the game of playing Caesar, showing my thumb who is allowed to live and who should die? Is it about my will be done or his will be done? I accept the position as the coach in the game of life. I realize that I cannot fire any of the players, but better learn to work with them all. Being at war with the characters within myself. When we refer to ourselves, are we not referring just to one me, but to many me's? Are there not many characters within us, all wanting to express something? Are these characters not all needy? And do we not realize that without proper guidance, some of them may try to run our lives? In the case of a severe disease, this character is definitely running our life. Some we love, others we reject, wishing they were gone. Do we want to know how to deal with them? Quote, people seem not to see that their opinion of the world is also a confession of character. Ralph Waldo Emerson, end of quote. We are also all the characters inside other people. We even have all the animalistic or animal characters within us. Have we ever thought about that? We better accept all the characters within us, otherwise we are like parents telling some of our children we love them and others that we hate them. We may want to learn how to get the most difficult characters to relax and be in the background, training the more positive ones to come up to the foreground, but we can never get rid of any of them. This character disease or any other disease character needs to be coaxed into a dormant state so they stop running our lives. Which characters within me do I not want to accept? I accept all the characters within me and their reflection in others, and will keep the peace with all of them. Warring with words. The power of words. We all know how words can be full of wisdom, but we also know that certain words can be very negative and destructive. The words we use become the reality we live in. Words reflect our life, and because speaking is an action, there is always a reaction, sometimes a chain reaction. The law of cause and effect is an integral part of this creation and is always at work. Think about how each word, either beautiful or ugly, can only exist because it is connected to the life force, without which nothing can exist. As this power created the creation and sustains it, we need to be aware that by using words, we create our own realities. With this understanding, we may want to be very careful in choosing the words we speak. To delve a little deeper into this question, at the different levels of consciousness from which we communicate, we can speak from a rational and emotional point of view. We can speak words from our heart, from the belly, out of fear and anger, motivated by lust, greed, and the desire, just to mention a few. These thoughts and words are reflecting and affecting the areas of the body involved, affecting every cell in our body as well as reflecting themselves into the world at large. So we need to think and speak in a more positive, gentle, compassionate and loving way. This applies to those areas of the body which are troublesome and are demanding our attention by showing imbalances. In the case of disease, we need to be very careful how we speak to the area of the body affected as well as to disease as a whole. Quote, "All man's miseries derive from not being able to sit quiet in a room alone." Blaise Pascal. End of quote. Negative words and a negative attitude do not help in the healing adventure. It is interesting to observe how we often complain in the very subtlest ways and are expressing negativity without even realizing it. To say nothing of our pointing our fingers at others for the things they have done wrong instead of using the energy to better ourselves. We use "no," "I hate this" or that for all the things we dislike. Getting upset and angry about things and being afraid of things will not help us lead a positive life and experience a positive healing adventure. Do I want to correct others in this world? I am not even capable of controlling my own thoughts and the words I speak. I realize the power of thoughts and words and ask myself first, is it true, necessary and kind, before I execute them? The battles in our relationships. My relationship with everything. In general, we use the word relationship in connection with having a partner, but actually we have a relationship with everything. Everything is alive: our car, our home, our clothes, the sun, garden, plants, and everything else in creation, because nothing can exist unless it is connected to the life force. In the same way we have difficulties in human relationships, we have difficulties with anything else. Think, for example, how we get upset when our car breaks down or when we have to repair something in the house. In a relationship, we have something to offer and receive something in return. The sun offers us warmth, the car the opportunity to get around faster, and our homes provide us with shelter. Realizing that we have a relationship with everything can spare us from a lot of struggle. We need to constantly remember that what the things in creation offer us. We have a body to explore creation, a mind to communicate, a house to live and sleep in, a job to provide us with money, food to keep us alive, the oceans provide oxygen. Everything speaks to us and has something special to offer, and we need to think about what we do in return. Quote, "The only ones among you who will be really happy are those who will have thought and found how to serve." Albert Schweitzer. End of quote. Once we become aware that everything is alive, that the life force is connected to everything, that all energies in creation are within everything, and that everything in creation is bound to nature, universal, and balancing forces, we start to see things in a different way. In this chapter, the word unit is used in regards to everything that exists in creation, in order to make it clear that we have a relationship with everything. Inside every unit in creation, or in our relationship with any unit, from the smallest part in creation to the creation in its entirety, we find a self-sustaining, self-governing, natural balancing, holographic energy force. This unit may be the creation itself, a planet, a country, a city, a house, a room. The universal mind, an individual mind, organ or cell, a forest, garden, plant or seed, a business, profession, partnership, a relationship, a marriage, a family, a hobby or venture such as study project, an invention, writing of a book, sports, music, exercise, painting, and so forth. A thought, dream, wish, or fantasy, how bizarre they may be. The creation and everything within was created and is sustained by life itself. This primal energy has been described by different people in various ways and in different ages as the life force, the creator, God, the Holy Ghost, Kalma, soul power, Tao, the word, the sound, the audible life stream, Shabbat, the light, the name, Holy Ghost, the celestial melody, the voice, the wind, and by many other names. Life only exists in an individual unit of creation as long as it is connected to that life. When either consciously or unwittingly we fail to tune in to or respect the purpose and value of a unit, we create imbalances in that unit, in turn affect all other units. Imbalances in a unit express themselves through endless display of signs, symptoms, pains, discomfort, and disease patterns, which can manifest on a spiritual, physical, mental, emotional, social, and financial level. When we do not react properly to those expressions of imbalance, either by blaming the imbalance on external forces, by ignoring, resisting, or suppressing them, or simply by not taking responsibility for their existence, the unit gets sicker and sicker, dissolves, and recycles itself. Quote, "We must accept responsibility before we can solve it. We cannot solve a problem by saying it is not my problem and hoping that someone else will solve it for us. We can solve a problem only when we say, this is my problem and it's up to me to solve it." M. Scott Peck. End of quote. In case of disease, it is the disease children, cell children, who are giving us a wake-up call, a chance to change from our old relationship with the world. We have a chance to create a new relationship with the world, our body, mind and spirit. We better stop hosting our old destructive patterns and at the same time stop hosting the disease which is affecting us. Thank you, disease, for waking me up, and I take full responsibility, allowing me to take my life into my own hands and create a different relationship with everything and everybody. Do I realize that when I have an unhealthy relationship with something or somebody, that I have an unhealthy relationship with the Creator, because His living and life-giving and life-sustaining life force is connected to everything and everybody. I accept the unconditional love of the Creator and creation, unconditionally love and serve all in return, without expecting any reward, because the reward is already received through the process of giving. Battling with health or promoting vitality. Most of us have a savings account of one kind or another and make provisions for the future by buying land and houses, investing in stocks, buying into pension plans, planning consciously or unconsciously for our children to take care of us later in life, or just taking out insurance policies, whether for medical, life, school, or home insurance. To strive for perfect health may be setting us up for failure and defeat, as everything inside and around us has an effect on us and our condition. Vitality, on the other hand, relates to the state of our inner being and is linked to our sense of adventure to explore more and more vitality until we merge back into the source of life. So, why not aim to become the most vital person we could possibly be? Quote, "Shoot for the moon, even when you miss it, you will land amongst the stars." Les Brown, end of quote. Do I realize that health involves the condition of one single cell reflecting on all other cells? Do I realize that one single unhealthy cell reflects on all other cells? I choose to become a vital being in all aspects of life, going beyond the mere question of health, which I may have one minute and lose the next. The battles with my emotions. If we go through our healing adventure and rebuilding a new life adventure in the same way we lived our life before, we will doubtless be confronted similar emotions to those which fostered the disease in the first place. Soon we will be hosting disease again. All too easily we blame our emotions on the disease and fail to take responsibility for them. Basically, each emotion is an individual experience in the adventure of life. So, when we are angry at somebody or something, we mentally connect our anger with that person or thing and fail to experience the emotion for what it really is. Emotions are there for us to experience, but as soon as we connect them to people, places, and events, we put the power of that emotion in the hand of somebody or something else. All of these emotions are alive within us, and at times they come to the surface, but we do not need to connect them to external people and events. When we do that, it is like creating an internet connection with our words and thoughts. Our feelings of joy or anger remain connected to the outside world, transmitting and receiving impulses and impressions. As a result, we may have to experience these emotions for longer periods, until the connections are broken, one way or another. Just express the emotion, say it, but don't connect it. I am angry, I feel frustrated, I feel happy, and just leave it by that. It takes understanding and practice to not get caught up in the world of emotions. Quote, "We learn to do something by doing it. There is no other way." John Holt, end of quote. Don't forget, emotions are experiences in their own right. By assigning blame, we give away our energy and create a network of internet-style emotional links, which prolong the experience and cause further reactions. Remember, what goes around must come around. Do I connect my emotions to faces, places, and events? Do I realize that by doing so I give away all my power? I accept each emotion as an experience in my life adventure and choose not to connect them to faces, places, and events, so as not to give away my power. Battles at the office. There are individuals in the world who like to think of themselves as owners, although they came into the world without anything and leave it empty-handed. They are always trying to control life by possessing things in the business world and family life. So they are faced with the same old issue they had back in their parents' home, dealing with questions of authority and rebellious children. When things are not going right, we blame it on somebody else or some business department. We deal with it by making threats and firing people, by declaring war on our problems. Quote, The pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist, the opportunity in every difficulty. L.P. Jacks, end of quote. We look at people and problems in the same way we look at disease, thinking that only by waging total war we will be able to restore peace, remove the disease, after which everything will run smoothly again. We live in the world of duality, the world of mind, where everything is constantly changing. Take the example of the business world. When a business is in trouble, as often as not the problems start with the owner or management. Often the problems in one area or department are reflected throughout the entire business in the same way as in the human body disease surfaces as the weakest spot. So the solution is not just to focus on the problem or the disease, but to make a complete new start, changing the foundation and philosophy of the business. It is a question of learning to do business better with our body, mind, and spirit. Do I do good business with my body and mind solely to experience success? I accept that the disease in my business is a reflection of myself. I'm ready to do business better with my body, mind, and spirit. The divorce battle. Why does it have to be an ugly fight, a pitched battle, when it comes time to divorce our disease? It is just like two people who are getting divorced. Why is it so hard to accept that one chapter in our book, our marriage, is over? Why turn ourselves and our children into victims? Why all the finger pointing, all the blame? Why is it so hard to thank each other for the time spent together and admit that this is the time for something different, rather than having the same expectations and frustrations over and over, setting ourselves up for failure and defeat? I love you, cancer, or any name the disease has been given, but you do not need to dominate my life anymore. I am trying to focus on something else other than you. Thank you for all the lessons I learned through this relationship, but now it's time to move on with our lives. Quote, with courage we will dare to take risk, have the strength to be compassionate and the wisdom to be humble. Courage is the foundation of integrity. Keshavan Nair, end of quote. As we discussed earlier, we have a relationship with everything and everybody, with our work, with our partners, and our children. So when the chapter is over, why do we need to fight and blame everything on each other? Everything is written. Even the moment we will be divorced from a spouse, a child, or a company, or a business venture, it is all written. When we fail to see it from this perspective, to see that there is a higher purpose involved, we end up at war. Do I play victim or fight when something is over? I accept that my old relationship is over. There is no one to blame, nor is anyone a victim. It is just time for a new and different adventure. Conquering epidemics. Epidemics are a message for an entire group of people living in similar conditions, concerning what they believe, what they eat, and how they live. Although epidemics are generally believed to be contagious, it is interesting to analyze why some people don't go down with a particular disease during a such-called epidemic, when so many others do. Is it because their immune systems are high, or perhaps because it is not time for them? Is it not written yet? The impact of unhealthy thoughts on a mental, emotional, and physical level, and our distorted beliefs help to create this phenomena of epidemics. And although cancer and many other diseases are not looked upon as contagious, its growing presence in our life definitely creates a group message. When all around the world we start living similar lifestyles and are connected to each other in so many ways, we are all helped with these global messages. The unhealthy things we do to ourselves, to others and the world at large are contagious in the sense that when we create an unhealthy pattern, we tend to be influenced by it, and it becomes an epidemic in the sense that it is hard for anyone to choose a different path. When we struggle to fit in and be accepted by society's norms, you can see the price we pay. But when we decide to be a hero in our own story, we are able to choose our own path, moving away from society norms and even beyond the mortal world. We may want to stop believing what others tell us about how to be happy, what to do, what to drink, and what to eat. Commercials create an image in our mind, and we all know how easily we are influenced and all swallow the false promises. Quote, "Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth." Marcus Aurelius. End of quote. Do I live to fit into society's norms, thinking, eating, and behaving according to that preconceived model? I realize that I am a complete, unique individual. I cannot be compared to any other and need to take responsibility for myself. At war with parasites. We all know parasites feed off our body, depleting the amount of energy available to us on a daily basis. This is the way that disease takes away our energy. In reality, the parasite is part of us. It is part of the creation. The life force is within it, otherwise it could not exist. So we first need to accept and love it, but we do not need to host it, feed it, or give it full attention. This fighting with the parasite is reflected on all levels. It can be compared to fighting with an employee, fighting with certain emotions, fighting unwanted characteristics, habits, thoughts, with the various characters within ourselves and others. It is like fighting myself as a parasite, fighting with everything else. Seeing the whole thing as a parasite takes away my time and energy. Quote, "Love your enemies." Matt 5:44, Luke 6:27. "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." End of quote. Do I live in the belief that everything that I do not want in my life takes away from my time and energy? I accept that everything that happens is a part of my life experience. Are we ready to stop being at war on so many levels? Chapter 4. Discovering Many Healing Adventure Paths. My healing is part of my life adventure. Too fast, we are all just busy to get out of the situation we don't like to be in, or for the matter of fact, most stages in our life are not fully acknowledged as stepping stones to the next stage. We always want to be at the end, like not wanting to read the book, but reading the last page. Dealing with disease is an adventure in itself, a challenge. A considerable amount of research is required in order to understand our options. Here, we are just not shopping for a car or house. We are shopping for our lives. We need to take care not to see healing as a separate experience from the rest of our life adventure. It is an adventure into the unknown, and an adventure implies that we have no expectations. We do not know the outcome. We just know that we want to get the disease moved back into the background, into as dormant as a state as possible. Quote, "If you can't describe what you're doing as a process, you don't know what you're doing." W. Edward Deming, end of quote. There are many healing assisting adventures, treatments or cures available. It is not just a question of selecting the best healing approach for us. Being actively involved in the process is just as important as the healing assisting technique itself. Look at healing assisting techniques as involuntary reactions to a given diagnosis, and getting ourselves started with a new program of activities as a volunteer process. On this physical plane, our physical body is totally unique. There is nothing in the entire creation which is completely identical to our body. We are all unique. For that matter, no two cells in our body are exactly the same. No two viruses or bacteria are exactly the same. Things may look alike, involve similar conditions, but they are always individual and unique. It is for this reason we may want to look for a total individual approach for our condition, as we cannot be compared to anybody else. No two cases are exactly the same. Quote, "Since you are like no other being ever created since the beginning of time, you are incomparable." Brenda Uland, end of quote. Whenever possible, choose a healing adventure that will allow us to still have a life, a program that allows us to work on the changes we want to make in our lives without just being busy with healing assisting techniques and treatments which are focusing so much of our attention on the disease. We need to choose a healing assisting program that has the fewest side effects and that will not totally wipe out our immune system. There is no need to unconditionally select one particular method, as everything has its place and function. We could keep our attitude towards the disease clear and watch out that we don't get trapped into becoming a victim, which can happen in many subtle ways. The hardest part is doing everything we possibly can to improve our health without having any expectations. Quote, "Life is so constructed that the event does not, cannot, will not match the expectation." Charlotte Bronte, end of quote. Our only mission is to stop hosting the disease, because having too many expectations is another way of giving it too much attention. As there are many things contributing to the state we are in today, and there will not be just one solution that can magically reverse the process. Losing weight, getting healthy, becoming more aware, or trying to stop hosting the rebel cancer or another disease requires us to approach the situation from more than just one angle. Why not take a holistic view on the body, mind and spirit, both as the foundation for our lives and in relation to our approach to healing? Concentrate on maintaining a good quality of life and try to keep your attention away from the disease. Am I putting as much time, money and effort in my healing assisting adventure as I do in studying for a career or trying to be successful in sports and business? I am discovering ways to assist the healing of my body, mind and spirit, and I'm putting in effort without having any expectations. Decisions. Making decisions about healing assisting techniques is not always easy, because there is so much probably far too much information out there about what we should and we shouldn't do. We need to do our research and not get caught up in who is right and who is wrong. In the end, we are going to make the decision that was written in our book of life. It is not a question of condemning one stream of thoughts or healing techniques. It is about picking the one that is the best for our individual case. Quote, "If Columbus had had an advisory committee, he would probably still be at the dock." Justice Arthur Goldberg, end of quote. In many cases, because we have waited so long, we can sometimes not go the complete natural way of healing anymore, but can adopt a mixture of healing assisting techniques. It is not the health promoting techniques by themselves that are going to do the trick. In the end, everything we do on a physical, mental, emotional and spiritual level towards improving our health will contribute just as much to our recovery as the techniques themselves. We cannot put all our faith in a single healing assisting technique or a particular healthcare practitioner. They all help, but we, as it is written in our book, may have to make changes on many other levels ourselves. When we have to undergo health assisting treatments, it makes it easier if we prepare our mind and body ahead of time and try to avoid totally wiping out our immune system. It is important not to feel we are entirely in the hand of other people who are just there to fix me, because this attitude makes us victims. Instead, we could play an active role in regaining our health and try to make sure that the treatments are given in such a way that we keep on functioning in life. We will have the necessary strength and courage to participate. How many years more do I have to live before I can finally trust that everything will work out exactly as it was meant to? I do not need to judge or doubt the decisions I make, because I will make them according to what is already written, and they will always serve a purpose in my adventure. Giving all the power to healing methods and healers. Like giving our emotions away and connecting them to faces, places and events. If we confer too much power to a specific cure or healer, it leaves us empty-handed. Changes happen because they are written by us. They happen at the right time, according to the book we have written. Not a minute later, not a minute earlier. To experience healing assisting treatments and the very process of healing are an experience in themselves. It is like connecting our success in business to the way we advertise. The success was already written, and our advertising was a toy to play with, an experience which we also wrote. The only power which we can say is real is the power of our real and true selves, our essence of light and sound. This essence is within everything and shines through everything and everybody. Are we not giving God away too easily? All else is mortal, and we must be careful not to make anything or anybody mortal into a god. The cures we select and the practitioners who come in our lives, who may come to praise or criticize, were all written in our book, either by ourselves or, if you prefer, by God. That doesn't mean we cannot experience cures and use the service of healers and healthcare practitioners. It doesn't mean that we cannot be compassionate to those who are suffering, or that we cannot be respectful to those assisting us in our life. They are just a part of our book, as are all the events and the people we need to meet and experience. You can also look at it as a rebalance of life's accounting system, or a payoff, and for that reason certain methods work for one and not for another. So let's ask ourselves, is there really a cure other than getting rid of the mind and getting pure again? Quote, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven." Ecclesiastes 3:1. End of quote. Do I constantly give my power away to people, places, and circumstances? I do my very best and accept what is in store for me, and will deal with everything I have to face. Mind over matter, or asking God to cure us. Then there is the belief that the mind can be stronger than the matter, which is troubling us. Of course, our belief can be that strong, but it will only be successful if the outcome was already written. But do we want to make the mind, which is made out of matter, into a god? At the level of this mind, which exists in a world of opposite, we shift from positive to negative, from light to heavy, from dominant to hidden and dormant files. So yes, thoughts can change things, but do we want to attribute this to the mind? Since 1 minute our mind is our friend and the next it is our worst enemy? In a sense, we are already worshipping the mind as a god. Just think about money, positions, food, wealth. All of this belongs to the realm of the mind. Why not just do our best and be as positive as we can, but without having any expectations? With expectations come victory and defeat. God knows whom we attribute the power of our victory or defeat to. Are we not just setting ourselves and those helping us to take a fall, to fail? Quote, "We choose our joys and sorrows long before we experience them." Kahil Gibran. For the mind to flower, it has to go beyond what it knows. Mother Mira. End of quote. Then at times we ask God to cure us. When we ask Him, the all-knowing power, to cure us, how will we react if things don't work out according to our expectations? Will we abandon Him? Why ask for worldly and mortal things, which may or may not be given? If our prayers are not answers, then we may want to ask if it was given by God or by the mind, the same mind that keeps us in bondage and puts itself on the throne of our existence. Is it not better to practice acceptance and contentment in every situation and focus on our inner and higher self's ability to help us through the moments, sentences, and chapters of our life? Quote, "If one says one prayer after fully incorporating in oneself the qualities of truthfulness and contentment, then God listens to such prayer and accepts it. A prayer of this kind is never without reward." Adi Grant. End of quote. Do I want to make the mind into the all-powerful entity? I ask only for God from God. Preparing the body for healing treatments. Before you enter yourself for a sports competition, the body needs to be prepared. Before each training session or game, we need to warm up the body and mentally prepare ourselves. Before starting any intense healing assisting treatments, we need to prepare ourselves in a subtle way. Boosting the immune system is always Vital important, because a body with an exceptional vigorous immune system can fight off almost any disease. Quote, well begun is half done. Aristotle. End of quote. Quote, the beginning is the most important part of the work. Plato. End of quote. Just think about the preparations people make before a hurricane. They do everything possible to avoid harm and making sure that they are as comfortable as possible. In the same way, we may want to do all our research into the best healing assisting steps to follow and learn how to best prepare ourselves to undergo these treatments. Am I finally ready to approach my body in a subtle and sensitive way? I realize that my body is a subtle creation in need of a sensitive approach. My budget. It is always best to choose a healing assisting treatment that is affordable, bearing in mind that with luck we may receive unexpected help as things progress. The options within our budget are those written in our book, and they correspond to our healing adventure. We do not need to feel deprived because we cannot afford the best or most sophisticated treatments. Otherwise, we are turning ourselves into victims. Quote, when one door is shut, another opens. Cervantes. End of quote. Healing takes place at several levels: physical, mental, emotional and spiritual. Even laying off this garment can be an act of healing, as the soul wants to be free of this heavy suit, the body, it has been wearing for all these years. We can always think that neither we nor those helping us can make mistakes. Otherwise, we are opening ourselves and setting ourselves up for feeling as victims. Do I trust that everything will work out just as it was supposed to? I trust that everything happens exactly as it has to happen, and I am not deprived of anything. Restrictions or opportunities. Look at how quickly our smile disappears when things do not go our way, or when we have to face disease and adversity. But is it not the hardest events and the most difficult experiences in life that mold our characters and become treasures in our life? Are we really listening to the signs warning us to make changes in our life? In our society, we mostly seem to have to wait till a big confrontation comes, long before we react. Are we resisting change? Do we prefer to wait until life's hardest lessons force us to change? Many people undergoing healing assisting treatments want to get back as fast as possible back to the same old life they had before. But ask yourself, why would you want to go back to something that made you sick in the first place? Quote, you can never plan the future by the past. Edmund Burke. End of quote. We are creatures of habit and feel frustrated when we cannot have the things we are used to. The adventure of life is all about change. In fact, there is nothing more consistent in life than change. When we are seriously ill, there is a danger of feeling restricted by the choices of food we are obliged to eat. We somehow feel that our very purpose in life is linked to familiar tasks and feelings, and without them that we are lost. But with a little bit of effort and clear thinking, we can make an active choice not to eat the things that are not contributing to our health. Quote, man can learn nothing except by going from the known to the unknown. Claude Bernard. End of quote. We lose the sense of being deprived when our body starts feeling better and more energized as a result of consuming foods that are more vital and alive. We are all afraid of change because it takes us into uncharted waters. But is it not that what adventure is all about? Were the signs our body was sending us not clear enough, that we better do things differently? When people have certain intolerances and allergic reactions to certain food or food items, they are often due to things that shouldn't be in the body in the first place. We may feel that not being able to eat those things is a restriction. Is this our concept of feeling deprived? When I can no longer do this or that, or eat this or that, then there is nothing left to live. As soon as we start thinking like that, we are right back there playing the victim game. What about our responsibility towards the people around us, our partners and children, and our responsibility towards the cell children in our bodies? Is this the kind of example we want to make in life? Do we want to make ourselves deaf by refusing to listen anymore? Do we want to make ourselves blind so we don't have to see things anymore? Is this how we want to evolve? To become more mature? Is this the kind of example we want to set for others? Do I see the changes I am making in order to not feed my disease as restrictions? Or am I finally accepting them as a way to get me involved in a new life adventure? I do not feel any restrictions in my life because I am consciously choosing new and different experiences and adventures. Losing my drive. It is so easy to lose our drive for life when we cannot do the things we enjoy. We are addicted to our habits, to our need for security and to control issues. We have created a world around us where we can always get the same food for the same price with the same taste anywhere in the world. Why is it so hard for us to embrace change and feel excited about experiencing the unknown, welcoming new experiences? This is the adventure. We need to be able to appreciate the simple things of life and lead a healthier, fitter, more vigorous and aware life. I call our lifestyle the yo-yo life. We do everything possible to work against nature, depleting ourselves in every imaginable way. To stay awake, we create artificial stimuli to keep us going. We have deadlines, emotional outbursts. We obsessed about the news, watching movies that trigger a variety of emotions. We turn to alcohol, cigarettes, sugar, drugs, and a host of artificial energy boosters. Quote, we're always doing something, talking, reading, listening to the radio, planning what next. The mind is kept naggingly busy on something, on some easy, unimportant external thing all day. Brenda Uland, end of quote. If you're just trying to sit in a closed room without any sound, see how long you last. If we don't instantly freak out, we probably fall asleep. As soon as we take away these artificial stimuli, we think there is nothing to live for anymore. But look at what these artificial stimuli do to us and where we have ended up. Obviously, it is not going to be easy, because when we are dealing with a serious disease, most of us immediately want to get back to the old lifestyle we knew before the things went wrong. This is a natural desire, a normal human urge to seek security in familiar surroundings. But do we really want to go back there? Quote, "A problem cannot be solved with the same consciousness that created it." Albert Einstein. End of quote. Our urge doesn't have to be to fight and destroy an enemy, but more to experience new adventures. There is another drive to be discovered, an inner need which has its foundation in love and service. While being on an adventure in creation, we need to serve our body and mind with the most healthy and positive things. We are to serve others as we would like to be served. We are in the service of our Creator and our soul. This inner drive is based on love, that source of love which is inexhaustible. We talk so much about love, forgetting that love is about giving and not expecting anything in return. Otherwise, it is not giving, but wanting. Quote, "Intense love does not measure, it just gives." Mother Teresa. End of quote. We are always wanting and waiting to be loved by others in this world, and this neediness just makes us into victims. The Creator and source of love is always loving, and like the sun, shines on everyone and everything equally. This love shines through us. We use it to function in life and do things. It is about giving our body good nourishment, feeding the mind with positive thoughts, and letting a positive approach be reflected in everything we do. There is actually more joy in giving than receiving. We only need to be receptive to that love, and with it we can give and give and give. This could be our new goal and motivation. Do I want to continue stimulating my body and mind with all kinds of unhealthy things? Do I want to have a new drive for life? I am here to serve my Creator, the creation, my body, mind, and soul. Rest, cleansing, hibernation, and healing. Healing is a time to rethink and set our priorities in order. The body needs lots of rest as a reaction of our past yo-yo life. We could focus all our energy towards the healing process and resting, doing things with a new inner drive in such a way they do not wear us out. We would be coming from a space of rest and peace rather than trying to do too much to set things right, forcing and pushing ourselves, and then getting so tired that we are constantly having to lay down. Here are some easy ways to start the healing process. Start cleaning your waste bucket on all levels. Slowly clean your entire house and office and give away the things you don't use on a regular basis. Clean your home and office with biodegradable cleaning products. Get rid of items that give off toxic fumes. Use only the most natural cleansing products and lotions for your body. Drink water from the purest possible sources. Clean the body from the inside out after consulting your healthcare practitioner. Get rid of foods, drugs, and supplements that jeopardize your immune system. Study and do research and stop being ignorant about your condition and solely depend on others to tell you what to do. It's your life. There is so much to learn and to do, but don't go too fast and become a fanatic. Quote, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step." Lao Tzu. End of quote. We could do as much cleansing as we can, serving ourselves and the world in the best way possible, so as to enjoy a better quality of life. Our drive to achieve these new goals doesn't have to be motivated by ego or pride, or by being judgmental, pushy, and excessively forceful. We can access a much greater source of energy than this by working from our hearts. If we are motivated purely by our ego, we end up being worn out, feeling sick and abandoned because we are not getting what we expected in return. Let the everlasting energy of life flow through us, so that it can also work through the people and treatments we are undergoing in our healing adventure. This power is very real. This is the true healing. And if the healing doesn't take place on a physical plane, it definitely takes place on the spiritual plane. Am I seeing the rest I have to take as a punishment, or an opportunity to create the foundation for a new life? I choose to rest and hibernate in order to heal my body, mind, and spirit. The danger of being served. From time to time, we all entertain the fantasy of being rich and being served by other people. This comes from our thinking based on ego, that we have been doing things for other people all day long, and now we want to receive things in return. But this attitude will only make us feel empty, and then try to compensate for this emptiness by eating sweets and indulging in other gratifications. When we get confronted with disease, usually people around us start to serve us. But if we are not careful, we can easily become dependent on them and the attention they give to us. This is a danger zone, as we can get lazy and stop participating in our healing process. Some people play this trick throughout their lives, just to get attention. Do you want to live this kind of unhealthy life? Quote, "It is within my power either to serve God or not to serve Him. Serving Him, I add to my own good and the good of the whole world. Not serving Him, I forget my own good and deprive the world of that good, which was in my power to create." Leo Tolstoy. End of quote. Remember that a good king is also a great servant. We can serve physically or mentally with good and positive thoughts. We can serve by listening. We can serve others with a smile. We can serve others with encouraging words. There is always something we can give. Do I feel richer by giving something or by receiving something? I prefer to serve than to be served. This creates wealth, more valuable than all the affluence and money in the world. The atmosphere we live in and the company we keep. The company we keep is very important, especially while we are going through our healing adventure. We could ask ourselves, what kind of people would I like to have around me when I am confronted with disease? Some serious or painful? Some who is compassionate or pity me? Someone who laughs or cries? Someone who instills more fear or gives me courage? Someone who tells me what to do or someone who offers me choices? Quote, "The company we keep has a great effect and influence upon us." Hazur Marwaj Charan Singh. End of quote. Positive-minded people will definitely have a positive effect on us and inspire in us the same attitude. When you are not being positive and relaxed, you attract the same negative qualities in others. We are like a magnet. We attract whatever we're thinking and feeling. What we experience from this mirror effect in others only changes when we ourselves change from within. Everything we experience on the outside is a reflection from within ourselves. So it is very important to always try and see the humor in everything, because there are always two ways going through life: crying and complaining, or accepting things with a smile. Ask everybody around you to help you by not making the disease the center of the conversation all the time. The research is done, the protocol and healing assisting treatments are underway, so now we could just start focusing on improving the quality of our life. Hopefully your family and friends will follow your example, and this will inspire them to change their own lifestyle and minimize their chances of attracting the disease. We can learn from each other, and in this way something devastating can become a treasure and a blessing. Ask yourself, what kind of person do I want to be? I choose to become a more vital, aware, and fun-loving person, and choose to spend more time with people who reflect these qualities. Stop hosting the rebel. We could look at disease as a rebel or child or cell children, ignored and abused and asking for attention. Here are some ways to stop hosting the rebel. But first a quote. Start by doing what is necessary. Then do what is possible, and suddenly you are doing the impossible. Saint Francis of Assisi, end of quote. Get a protocol or treatment going and stop focusing on the rebel. Stop talking so much about the rebel. Ask others to do the same. Talk about things relating to improving the quality of life and your level of awareness. Choose foods that do not feed the rebel. Disconnect your emotions from the rebel. Try to change yourself so completely that the rebel cannot recognize the old you. Be busy with your new self and your new activities in life. Do I want to keep on giving the rebel all my attention, or do I want to focus on building a new me? I have decided to stop hosting disease and choose to use my energy for different things. Chapter 5: Changing Lifestyles. Why do we possibly want to change our lifestyles? Hopefully we are convinced that we need to create a total different me, understanding that our diseases are connected to the characters or personality traits or behavioral patterns that have been dominating our lives. It is like a web of connections on the internet. Sometimes it is important to create a new you, distancing yourself from our previous environment where endless old patterns and influences were interconnected. Quote, "Go with change, as there is nothing more consistent than change." End of quote. I came to know that people who have amnesia not only forget people and things, but also sometimes forgot that they had a certain illness. The more a sick person goes back to being the person they were before, the more likely the illness will return. This is also illustrated by the fact that cases have been observed of people suffering split personality disorders, who only experience a certain disease when they are connected to one of their two personalities, and the disease being totally absent when they are experiencing the second personality. So go for the new you and see what happens. Don't long to go back to the old lifestyle, living with the same set of characters that made you sick in the first place. Would I rather be my old me connected to certain diseases, or would I rather become a different me? I am leaving behind the old me who was a victim of many negative habits, and choose to discover a new me with more positive habits. Discovering the new me. Inside ourselves we can find all kinds of characters. Think about how the dominant ones became strong through the repetitive process of habitually giving them their way. It is through the same repetitive process that we can establish our new way of life. In the same way, it is hard to get rid of the old characters and habits. It is not easy to eliminate disease, but we can force them into a more dormant state and stop them running our lives. We need to reconnect ourselves with our souls and learn to live life from a higher perspective, to shift our priorities to a different perspective and be in touch with that source of energy that will not wear us out anymore. Life will be more fulfilling, and we don't need to fill it up with things that totally deplete our health and well-being. In some ways, we have been so conditioned in every aspect of our life, we resemble robots. We do things that even animals wouldn't do. We call ourselves human beings, but are more human doers. Why don't we try to look at life from the level of our soul, from the perspective of our true selves? Quote, "It is only by forgetting yourself that you draw nearer to God." Henry David Thoreau. End of quote. From this viewpoint, we will work, think, eat, act, and react differently. Acting from this level of consciousness, we are in tune with a source of energy which is inexhaustible. This energy is flowing through us, and we can see it flowing through everything and everybody around us. If we have this realization, we will do things differently, and we will do different things. We are not trying to condemn the old me, but his or her time has run its course and fulfilled its purpose. It's time for a new me. Am I thinking that I am a human being looking for a spiritual experience, or that I am a spiritual being having a momentary human experience in creation? I choose to operate in the world with a different attitude and perspective, which is more fulfilling and which preserves my energy. Training the new me. The training of the new me could take place while going through our healing adventure, and its growth will correspond to how much by reinforcing the new me we feel better and how much more energy we have. Getting ourselves up on our feet by reinforcing the new me is just as important as our physical healing treatments. Just as we start physical therapy straight after an injury or operation, we could start this renewal process immediately. Quote, "It is good to have an end to journeys towards, but it is the journey that matters in the end." Ursula K. Le Guin. End of quote. The body is designed to move until its day of departure. Here are some easy things we can do to start with. After waking up, take time to pray and meditate by yourself. Do some simple stretches before getting out of the bed. Do a couple of squats, standing up and sitting down in a chair. Then wiggle your tail to loosen your hips. You can perform this exercise anytime before standing up from a chair. Drink a glass of water at room temperature with some lemon juice in it if you like. Participate in preparing your own food. Practice sitting up, maintaining a good posture. Schedule going for short strolls. Walking up and down some stairs. Doing some active breathing and pain release exercises. Schedule stretch positions and mobility exercises while sitting down. When you are in pain, sigh, exhale, and move through it. If you are a reader, schedule this into your day too, so that it doesn't disappear from your life. Read about awareness-enhancing subjects. Take your time while eating. Spoon liquids and savor your meals. Touch the painful areas of your body. Embrace and gently massage them. Massage yourself hands, feet and neck. Take nice warm baths or showers. Rest before and after these short exercise programs. Withdraw so that you are entirely by yourself and enjoy the silence. Plan some entertainment, but don't just couch out in front of the TV. In the evening, light some candles and meditate and pray before sleeping. Be thankful that you had another day. You may experience some soreness, which is normal after starting a new exercise program, but it will soon fade away. Slowly increase the exercise times, the number of repetitions and the resistance. Most of the items on the list could be a part of your life, both in your normal daily lives and when going through a healing adventure. Perhaps we are saying to ourselves, I have no time for all of this when I am back in the working world. But maybe we are going to do things differently in the future. Hopefully we will take these healing steps as serious as we take business appointments. Exercise programs do not need to take up hours. They can be just 5 or 10 minutes here and there. Walk more, especially up and down stairs. Go for bike rides if you have access to a bike. Take a 10-minute walk or run before dinner. Do some sit-ups now and then. Be creative. Don't wait for the right moment, as it may never come. If you want to exercise and have an injury to the upper body, work on the lower body. If you have only a little energy, just do a little. If you have little time, just do a little. But do not postpone it. We can always find an excuse. Do I want to start participating now in my new adventure in whatever way I can do, or do I want to wait for the perfect time and place? I willingly participate in any way possible in the healing adventure of my body, mind and spirit. Back to the basics. We all have plenty of experience in dealing with today's serious world. But in order to manage in this environment, we have lost our fundamental knowledge of life, our innate wisdom, in order to conform to the modern world. Now is the time to get back to the basics, relearning and reintegrating them into our lives. There are many ways to nourish our bodies. Being more awake and aware in our lives. Using simple techniques to manage stress, learning to deal with ourselves in times of disease, finding a balanced response to disease, being mature, vital, flexible and wise, creating healthy relationships, adopting positive thinking, approaching fitness the fun way, looking for effective ways to communicate, be a constructive parent, looking into self-help for health, adopting a healthy work attitude, going within. We may well ask how I will ever get the time, but we could focus on changing our priorities and interests. Instead of sitting for hours in front of the TV or work late at night reading newspapers and magazines, we could be busy with our new forms of entertainment. We can start massages and other rejuvenating healing assisting practices and plan new activities for the weekends. We could look into rejuvenating and educational vacations, going to seminars and retreats, reading more about these subjects, but without getting so involved in them that we become fanatic about them. None of them offers the absolute truth. They are just one truth. God is the only permanent truth, and the rest is part of our soul's vacation in the ever-changing adventure of creation. Quote, if we live in His will, and if we are grateful to Him for whatever He has given us, then we feel extremely happy and light. Huzur Maharaj Charan Singh. End of quote. There are many treatments, procedures and practices involving food, exercise, awareness, health assisting, communication, stress reduction, and constructive parenting. They are all potential treasures for a changed, lifelong adventure. Am I finally ready to relearn and discover the basics of life? I am ready to relearn the basics of life, which will reward me with renewed vitality, a new and brighter outlook, an improved attitude towards myself, others, and the world. Can we do this all by ourselves? We needed teachers for everything we have learned in life. Hopefully those teachers were not the kind of people who thought they knew it all and that we needed to be taught everything, but rather the kind that simply reminded us of what we already know inside ourselves, helping us, provided the best circumstances for us to recall things. This is the seed of empowerment given by a good teacher, one who does not think we are ignorant and reduce us to victims. Quote, a superior man is modest in his speech, but exceeds in his actions. Confucius. End of quote. So do your research and find this kind of teachers to assist you in the shaping your new characters and developing new life routines ranging from nutrition, fitness, communication, and so forth. We need all the help we can get in private and group settings. We require constant reminders not to fall back into old habits, but to keep on exploring the new adventure. We can ask God to assist us as the primary teacher, for as long we think we can do it on our own, His help is not required. Do I want to do it all on my own, or am I open for others to assist me in my new mission? I am ready for teachers and guides to hand me keys to doors to open doors I have to unlock, leading to worlds I want to discover. Simplicity. We have created a complex world as a result of the complexity inside our own mind. It is all going too fast. It is too much and too complicated. This is reflecting in our business, our homes, the foods we consume, and almost every other aspect of our life. Leading a simple life is another way to heal ourselves on all levels. Quote, keep it simple. End of quote. Let's see some of the things we can do. Consume less food. Enjoy simple meals. Drink liquid green drinks. Enjoy easy and fun workouts. Keep nice company. Positive thinking. Speak less. Think before speaking. Stop getting obsessively involved in everything. Rest and take breaks. Enjoy innocent entertainment. Rejuvenating and vitality enhancing, healing assisting treatments. It is like going back to school, but this time we are doing it voluntarily because we really want the results. We want to rediscover all that is hidden deep inside of us. Am I ready to change from a stressful life where too much is happening Things are going too fast, becoming too complicated, to a more simple way of living? I choose to simplify my life in all its aspects in order to discover the treasure of my life's new adventure. Exercising body, mind and spirit from another perspective. Exercising our highest virtues. Let's first realize that the mind and physical body belong to the creation, and spirit belongs to the Creator. Mind and body, like creation, are created in the mortal world of opposites and made or built with 5 material energies. Spirit, which is our real essence and connected to all, travels on sound and light currents and is from the world of immortality, being all wisdom, love and power. Earth. The most dense energy which gives form to all is called the manifestation force. The earth energy is also in charge for the recycling of everything that manifests and called the elimination force. The challenging aspect connected to this energy is to constantly let go of anything of this world which we are just visiting. Control and greed are the negative passions. We came without anything and go without anything, and living in this awareness, we can practice selflessness. Water. The energy that makes all flow, flexible and in charge of procreation is called the creative force. The challenging aspect connected to this energy is to constantly adapt to everything. Lust, which can express itself in many forms, is the negative passion. Practicing moderation is great to practice in all aspects of life. Fire. The energy that moves everything in the adventure of creation is called the digestive force. The challenging aspect connected to this energy is to do it in such a manner and speed that we can digest all experiences. Anger, having its roots in fear, is the negative passion which surfaces when we are not able to digest situations. A balance between action and rest and practicing forgiveness are the key for working with this energy. Air. The energy that circulates the worldly love through our physical heart is called the breathing force. The challenging aspect connected to this energy is to constantly accept the two sides of every experience. The negative passion of attachment is connected to dislikes and hate. Realizing that all is a gift from the Creator and that everything and everybody is connected to that spirit, assisting us in practicing unconditional love. Ether. The thinnest energy in creation is in charge of communication, communication with ourselves, others and the world. The challenging aspect connected to this energy is to constantly realize its other side, which is miscommunication. To humbly accept everything as it is, and getting our negative passion of egotism and judgment out of the way will open the door that we can be guided by our spirit. Quote, "You are the vine of the 5 branches, which is the food of the gods and the nourishment of the angels. It is the raiment of the righteousness, the robe of the holy. It is the mind of the perfect, the reason of believers." Psalms book, end of quote. Exercising the 5 energy in the 7 centers of the human body. These 5 energies have a main location in the human body. Different diseases are connected to these centers, and it is mostly our ignorance not knowing how deep these centers in balance, that message of imbalance show up. In our modern world, We're not respecting the little things anymore, and also we don't listen to the simple signs. So in order to get our attention, the sign needs to become big enough. Easy to remember is to understand the connection to our 5 fingers. Ether, center 7, the crown and location of the door to the spiritual realm. Here we non-verbally communicate with our Creator. Here we express, unfortunately, our will with our thumb and do not follow His will. Practice silent prayer and meditation and surrender to His will. Ether center 6, the forehead and location of the mind. Here we communicate and miscommunicate non-verbally with ourselves and the world, and express with our thumb what is good or bad and who should live or die. The mind is that invisible shopping center of creation where everything is possible and who keeps us busy in creation, keeping us blind of our spiritual inheritance. Live simple, stay centered, and do not let the sense organs run our lives. Ether, center 5, the throat through which we verbally communicate with ourselves and the world. Again here we see our thumb expressing what is good and bad and who should live or die. Become a better listener, observe and hold your tongue. Learn to express yourself without pointing at others and without having expectations. Sometimes just write it all down and symbolically trash or burn the paper. Air, center 4. The chest in which we find the heart and lungs is responsible for the respiration and circulation. With our index finger we express what our heart desires or those things we don't want to have circulate in our heart. Here we can embrace all experiences and experience our endurance in all our adventures. Throw your arms wide open and open your heart. Breathe it all in and exhale it all again. Get things off your chest and off your back. Practice breathing exercise and physical endurance in the form of aerobic activities. Fire, center 3. The belly area in which we find the digestive organs, organizing the fuel for the muscles to move. When we are unable to digest the situation, we express this by showing the middle finger, accepting that anger is within us, but that there is no need to connect our anger and giving all our power away. Thinking, doing and eating too much will throw the fire out of balance. Simplify your life, reduce the stress, take more short breaks during the day, simplify your meals and consume less fire-stimulating foods and drinks, and not to forget, more time for things will help tremendously. Water center 2, the pelvis area in which we find the procreation system and lymphatic system in charge of our vitality and defense mechanism, the immune system. Expressed by the wedding ring on the ring finger, we commit, but know that flexibility is required for any commitment. We are married and committed to many things who all require our flexibility, and when we get rigid, too serious and stubborn, it affects our pelvis area and all system connected. Swim, dance, and do some flexibility and mobilization exercises. Earth, center 1. The buttocks and the lower body opening are connected to the elimination system and organs assisting the elimination. Is it not that we clean the nose and the ears with our little finger? Consume foods that go easy through our system and constantly let it go and clean up. To have a sense of being grounded, walk in nature Work in the garden or work with some weights. Change food modalities so you do not hold on to patterns that go against the ever-changing adventure in life. Am I ready to make changes and exercise my body and mind on many different levels? I make any change assisting to improve the quality of my life on many different levels. My three inheritances. We are recipients of three types of inheritance: our limited and conditioned inheritance, our universal inheritance, and our spiritual inheritance. As you will see in the coming pages, most of the time we are working with our limited and conditioned inheritances. We could ask ourselves, why do we not work more with our universal and spiritual inheritances, as they hold the key to the treasures of the basics of life? Limited and conditioned inheritance. We go through life mostly using our limited and conditioned knowledge inheritance. This is the information stored in our mind's computer hard disk, input from our upbringing, our culture, families, friends, schools, the media, and so forth. Using this knowledge enables us to work in life, to get qualifications, diplomas, and so forth. But restricting ourselves to using only this type of inheritance severely limits and conditions how we experience ourselves and everybody and everything around us. We will primarily driven by our sense organs, attracted to sensual pleasures and negative passions. Living this way keeps us in the danger zone and leads us to act unconsciously, meaning we may have to face more struggle than necessary, often turning us into victims, only capable of experiencing life from a single, limited point of view. Quote, "Whenever you find you are on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect." Mark Twain. End of quote. Our universal inheritance. The information stored on the hard drive disk of our mind is all-encompassing. It knows everything about creation. It knows about the five energy forces in material manifestation, the balancing forces of universe and nature. It acknowledges the life force in everything. It knows the past, the present, and the future. If we are able to access this level of consciousness, we realize that everything already exists, and there is nothing new under the sun. Through this knowledge, we can live a more harmonious life adventure, both with ourselves and others. Generally, this level of awareness is pushed in the background and overpowered by the limited, conditioned inheritance. To experience life at a universal level, we have to go beyond our limited conditioned inheritance and rediscover the universal knowledge and work with it. At this level of awareness, we will understand that everything is always alive and that death is just a concept. Our spiritual inheritance. On this level, which is above and beyond the energy of our mind and above the limited and universal inheritance, we know that we are spiritual beings, souls, experiencing a momentary adventure in a dream world. Awareness at this level allows us to observe the things we are participating in without getting too involved and attached. We achieve a fully awakened state of being and can access unlimited power, wisdom, and love. It is from this stage of consciousness that we know everything about the Creator and the creation. Quote, "I myself do nothing. The Holy Spirit accomplishes all through me. William Blake. End of quote. At this level of awareness, we will understand that we ourselves are that life, the eternal life force. As spiritual beings, we are equipped with a mind and body to communicate, move around, and experience life in creation, utilizing all three inheritance. Unfortunately, the mind, which is ruled by the sense organs and negative passions, only makes us use of the limited and conditioned inheritance. It is up to us as individuals to work more and more with our universal and spiritual inheritance in order to become being who we are and have a more positive life adventure. Do I want to keep on experiencing life from the level of my limited and conditioned mind? Or am I ready for new levels of consciousness? I accept my three inheritances, my limited and conditioned one, my universal one, and my spiritual one. I choose to work with my universal knowledge and feel blessed to be able to work with my spiritual wisdom. Is my body catching up or not? There are no guarantees. We may want to consider that the body may not catch up with the effects of all the things we are integrating in our healing adventure and our changes in consciousness. Everything we think and do has a reaction and chain reaction, for better or worse, depending on our thoughts and actions. However, starting to live a more conscious lifestyle and bringing more knowledge to play to our healing process is not in itself a guarantee that the physical effects will follow immediately. Compared to the mind, the physical body is far denser and more deeply conditioned, so it often requires a long time before it can reap the physical benefits of mental changes. There was a woman who had become a very aware person. She was doing everything possible to lose weight. She developed a very positive mental outlook, and she realized that her body was lagging behind and might possibly not catch up. However, as she put it, if it does, that will be the icing on the cake. The body, and especially the mind, have enormous capacities, but the realms of the creation in which our body and minds exist still have limitations compared to the realm of spirit and soul. Our cells are very deeply conditioned and sometimes are not able to immediately catch up with our changing level of awareness. I believe that if it is written in my book, things will really change at the right time and place. Given the right situation, they may even change instantly, even if the effects are not always perceptible. If we can tune into the changes, even unseen changes, it helps us go the situations we must face in a more positive way. We might call them miracles, but often we only acknowledge the big changes as changes, whereas all the little changes, the ever-changing level of consciousness at that moment, are the real miracles, a magical and mystical adventure. Quote, "True life is lived when tiny changes occur." Leo Tolstoy. End of quote. Ask anybody who has made major changes in their way of thinking, eating, and their approach to life, during a period in which they were facing difficult situations. They are more content and being more relaxed and positive-minded. They can avoid the negative things in life. They have learned how to deal with the situations in a better way and come to know what to do without having any expectations. Peace in the world has to start with each individual coming to peace with him or herself and their immediate environment. Do I realize and accept that there is no guarantee about anything in this world, but that there are always benefits, through maybe not the ones I expect? I am grateful in my life for everything that increases my awareness and all the improvements, but realize that my physical body may not be able to catch up with these changes. However, I realize that my perspective has changed and that in itself changes everything. Chapter 6: Hosting My Spirit. Hosting my spirit. Quote, "Here in this body are the sacred rivers. Here are the sun and the moon as well as all the pilgrimage places. I have not encountered another temple as blissful as my own body." Sahara. End of quote. Know thy mind. So that spiritual beings so can experience the world, we need a body as a vehicle and a mind as a communication device. When the mind is guided by our higher and real self, life is simpler and easier, and we are more content. However, when the mind is in the driver's seat, dominated by the sense organs, we are constantly running after an endless succession of desires. We tend to ignore nature's balancing forces and feel separated from our real selves and from everybody and everything else. The mind can be a wonderful companion. It is like fire, which is a boon when used for such things as cooking and providing warmth, but is extremely destructive when allowed to run out of control. Once we realize that the mind is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, we will be able to play the game of life much more effectively, carefully balancing the two sides of mind's nature. Diseases similarly have two sides of them. One side is the wake-up call, alerting us to the need to make changes. The other side is the tendency to dominate our lives. If either the mind or disease becomes overpowering entities dominating our lives, we need to change the rules of the game by starting to live our lives at a different level of consciousness. And then we eventually rise above the mind and connect ourselves to the spirit, which is not of this world, learning to be in the world, but not of it. After all, we came here without anything and will go without anything that belongs to the world. Quote, "Man is never helped in his suffering by what he thinks for himself, but only by a revelation of a wisdom greater than his own. It is this which lifts him out of his distress." Carl Gustav Jung. End of quote. We hear a lot about the power of the mind, but we could ask ourselves, is it the power of the mind, which is a mere device for communication that only functions because it receives its energy from the life force? Or is the real power the life force that is working through the mind? The mind is a tricky and powerful entity, and we should never forget that its duty is to keep us trapped in the world, attached to everything and everybody around us. Do I want to be dependent on the power of the mind, or find that source which created the mind and everything else, that power which sustains everything? I realize that the mind can be a great help, but can also be my worst enemy, because its role is to keep me ignorant and in bondage, away from the truth, to stop me finding out who I really am and where I came from. Changing my center of living. We are experiencing stress virtually every minute of our lives. When, in addition, we are confronted with a disease, trying to lose weight, feel the need to exercise, or seeking a more spiritual connection, be careful not to do this in such an obsessive way that we get more stressed out. We set ourselves up because of our unrealistic expectations for eventual disappointments. Try to visualize your life as a merry-go-round. You are living on the outer rim, spinning around at tremendous speed, and the world racing past you. The center of the merry-go-round is the place where it is relatively still, where we can find the doorway to access our inner center. Life in the center is simple. It is the place where we can tune into our spiritual inheritance, observe life, and find guidance for our life adventure. Here we can stop and listen, see things more clearly, and guard ourselves from not becoming too serious and too involved in things. Quote, "The center I cannot find is known to my unconscious mind." W.H. Auden. End of quote. As you move out from the center, halfway from the center you can visualize a circle where a merry-go-round is spinning, slowly but surely. This is a place where we are able to tune in to the balancing forces of the universe and nature and experience our universal inheritance. Here we take care of our vitality and health. But on the outer rim, everything is moving at great speed, everything is racing fast. The only way to survive on the outer rim is to use the inside and the strength we have assimilated from the inner circles. On the outer rim, we have no time at all. Everything is rushing by. Every second is packed with action and activity. Even try to do more and more, quicker and quicker. So, if we spend all our time on the outer rim without ever accessing the peace of the inner centers, we are once again setting ourselves up to host the disease, and we are failing to create a new life. It is a question of changing our priorities. We can relearn how to live life from the center and from this first circle. We must integrate the peaceful and strengthening aspects of life in these areas and use them when we are living on the outer rim. Quote, "Let us not go faster than God. It is our emptiness and our thirst He needs, not our plenitude." Jacques Maritain. End of quote. When we are more centered and focused, when we are more aware, vital and fit, we can accomplish tasks on the outer rim faster and more effectively. We know that every moment of our lives is always filled up with one thing or another. So, let's fill it up first with the basics of life. We have the possibility to work at living a more centered and balanced life. Then we can use our poise and balance to deal with the more difficult and hectic aspects of our life. When we are centered, we are in a better position to manage our life. On the outer rim, life runs and manages us. Do I want to live my life from a different center? I choose to observe and guide myself better in all aspects of my life by staying as close as possible to the center of life. A technique to center yourself during the day. There are many ways to become more centered, and it's up to us, to each one of us, to find a way to get our inner center through silent prayer and meditation. Quote, "Pray till prayer makes you forget your own wish, and leave it or merge it into God's will. Frederick W. Robertson. End of quote. Here, a simple technique. Close your eyes, spread both hands and connect the fingertips. Separate the fingertips except for the two little fingers, which remain touching. Keep them together until you feel heat or pulsations flowing between them, then slowly connect the tips of the ring fingers and gently bring all the fingertips together. Stay in this position for a little while and then open your eyes. Our mind and the energies of our body are so easily scattered. This is a simple way to bring them back together. Would I rather be scattered or more focused and centered? I choose to recenter myself whenever I feel that my energies are getting scattered into the world. Talking about death. Having to face a detrimental disease reminds us that death may be waiting for us at any moment. We don't like to talk about it. We are afraid that talking about it is some way admitting defeat in our such-called fight with a disease. But this is not so. We all have to leave this body behind. In reality, we don't even need an explanation about how or why we die. We say it was the cancer, the disease, the accident, or whatever that killed so-and-so. But in point of fact, when it's time to go, the spirit will leave the body, exactly as it was written in our personal book of life. Quote, "Do every act of your life as if it were your last." Marcus Aurelius. End of quote. Here are a few stories that illustrate this point. The story about a man who had been suffering from a heart disease and was finally operated. Then shortly after his recovery, on his way home, he was run over by a car. Another time, the airline reservations got mixed up on a particular flight, and there were not enough seats for everyone. The passengers started fighting to get a place on the flight, and no one wanted to give up their seat. There were two individuals who were particularly anxious to leave. They fought bitterly to get on the flight, but in the end they had to give up. They were angry and disappointed, but were forced to go to a hotel to spend the night. The next day they heard that the plane had crashed. There is another story from the East about how a rich king woke up one day on an early hour, and earlier than usual, because of some noise in his bedroom. As he opened his eyes, he had a terrible fright. The angel of death was standing beside his bed. He announced that he had come for the king, that this was his day to depart. Terrified, the king instantly started to argue with the angel of death, explaining that it had to be a mistake. "I have many things to attend to," he said. "I have to take care of my family and my kingdom. Besides," he added earnestly, "I'm suffering from absolutely no illness." The angel of death showed no interest in these arguments and quietly left. The king ran to the stables without even taking his breakfast, and saddled up two of his fastest horses. He quickly announced to his family and the court that he had to leave on urgent business. Then he rode like the wind from the palace. During the day he changed horses as one or the other became tired, rapidly putting a great distance between himself and his kingdom. By the late afternoon, he could no longer see his kingdom and came to a deserted place. He saw a great tree there casting a wide area of cool shade. Thinking he had traveled far enough and that both he and the horses needed some rest, he unsaddled the horses and tied them to the tree. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, the angel of death stepped out from behind the tree. "Well done, my king," he said affably. "I almost thought you would not make it on time." because this, in fact, is the place and time ordained for you to depart with me. Quote, as a well-spent day brings happy sleep, so a life well used brings happy death. Leonardo da Vinci. End of quote. There is another way of looking at death. We might ask ourselves whether it really exists. If we consider it more deeply, our soul is connected to the life force. The life force is connected to the Creator. And the Creator of creation and this life force are connected to everything else in creation. Our soul, our real and true self, never dies because it is part of the life force and the Creator, the source of everlasting life energy. After our allotted lifespan, as an individual energy unit, our energy recycles, and simply takes on a new form. You may ask, what about death? Our soul, which is part of the eternal life force, which is our true self, can never die. The five energies of the material world, which are present in everything in creation, also do not die, because they are part of an ongoing system, constantly being recycled, until the Creator decides to dissolve the entire creation. So the question arises, what dies? The only thing that really dies, usually involving pain and struggle, is our mind's attachment to itself, to the body and the things of this world. These attachments are part of the mind, either the universal mind or the limited and conditioned mind, and always remain as part of the mind's memory bank. So, death is merely a concept of the mind. Quote, man's life does not commence in the womb and never ends in the grave. Hazur Marwaj Charan Singh. End of quote. Let's see, how do we act from today onwards, knowing that the Creator is within everything? Let's look at the attachments we create. Let's look at how everything is part of a universal recycling system. Let's look to what we are holding on to. Why do I want to hold on to anything, as I came without anything and have to depart without anything? I realize that everything and everybody has an allotted lifespan in creation, but the essence of all lives forever. Living in the moment. Living life as a form of meditation. Learning to live life in the moment is to discover one of life's most profound treasures. We know that the past is gone and the future has not yet happened. Be careful not to just rush from one adventure to another without ever consciously living in the moment. When we are fully aware of the moment, we live fully. If we were to do this all our lives and reach the age of 80, it would take us 80 years to tell our life's story. It is frightening to think that on our death that most of us will hardly need any time at all to tell our stories, because we didn't live those 80 years full awake and aware. Living life in the moment is discovering and experiencing life in creation in all its aspects. We need some assistance to do this. Another great benefit of living in the moment is that we can find in each moment a space where time doesn't exist. And we find a road to rediscovering who and what we truly are. Quote, eternity is not something that begins after your death. It is going on all the time. We are in it now. Charlotte Perkins Gilman. End of quote. In order to accomplish these two missions, having a good adventure in creation and fulfilling our quest to realize our soul, is achieved by living life in a meditative state of consciousness. Living life in the moment is in itself an adventure, and use daily reminders in order to build up the habit of living in the moment. It is like the story of a man who was looking for answers in his life. He got to know a samurai and an imperial food taster who both served an Oriental emperor. Since the risk of death was always present in their professions, he asked them, "Are you willing to die for your master? You could die at any time. What's in it for you?" The answer was very simple. They replied that they were fully aware of the act, that they could die at any moment, so they were living each moment in a state of full consciousness. We all don't know when the final day will come, so we have the opportunity, live each day, to live in full consciousness and try to end every day with no business left undone. We can try to settle everything, to apologize whenever necessary, and to always be prepared to leave. Why do I want to live in my mind in the past or in the future and lose the present, with all the gifts offered by each moment? I am living, fully conscious, in the present moment because the past is gone and the future is not yet there. Making our preparations for the real journey. In order to go within and find out who we really are and where we came from, we need lots of guidance, and that help usually comes when we surrender. It's a fact that we will leave behind this physical body because we are neither the body nor the mind. So we may want to devote time daily to being with that part of us which is not the body and not the mind. It is a question of spending time in silence in order to be prepared for the silence. We all came along and will go along. Spending time with our real self, although we may have forgotten who and what this is preparing us for something better to come. The day will come when it's time to leave this mortal body behind. Actually, this is probably the only thing about which we can be absolutely sure. We are always preparing for things in life, but can never be 100% sure that what happens is and will be that what we are preparing for. So why not spend time preparing for something that will definitely happen? We all look for peace in life one way or another. Simply spending time in silence may bring us this peace. We are so conditioned and attached to the outer world, its activities and noises, that we get scared when there is no noise going on and nothing happening around us. Imagine our fear when we are laying on our deathbed and the time comes for us to leave all this behind. Quote, "As a sculptor devotes himself to wood and stone, I would devote myself to my soul." Tioichikyu Kahawa. End of quote. So, let's be prepared. Sit in a quiet corner in the morning before everybody else wakes up when there is no noise. Close your eyes and stare into the darkness. It is actually fun to see everything that comes up in our mind's eye and realize how attached we are to our mind and everything in this world, and realize that everything that does not last forever is part of the mortal world. The soul, our real self, is immortal, and the place we come from is immortal. It is only there we can find things that last forever, whether it be peace, love, or happiness. Do I want to get ready for that moment which will inevitably come, or do I want to wait until the last minute to face all my fears and attachments? I am preparing myself for that moment, which most definitely will come, and the adventures that await me. Being born to return home. We souls came down to experience the created worlds. We came on invisible roads made out of sound and light into the dimension of mortality, where we had to connect with the mind. This was necessary for us to be able to communicate and function in the mental and physical worlds. Our bodies, made out of the same 5 building stones or elements from which everything is built, are our means of functioning here in the physical world. After some time, we became attracted and obsessed with the endless mortal attractions of the world and lost contact with our true home. We have fallen under the spell of the mind and its negative passions, and basically lost our way, sidetracked from our intended goal in this mystical adventure. We forgot who we really are, became attached to the things of creation, and started to identify with the mind and body. We all have fallen asleep and became unconscious of our real self. In the end, it is the messenger of love who, like the prince in Snow White, comes to the rescue and wakes up the soul. The soul goes with the prince, turns to the kingdom of everlasting love, where they live happily ever after. Is life not a countdown from the moment we are born? And is life not an adventure on the planet, and at the same time a preparation to go home again? Quote, "From water was snow formed, into water it has melted away. What it once was, it has become again. Nothing more is left to say." Kabir. Lord, thou madest us for thyself, and we can find no rest till we find rest in thee. St. Augustine. End of quotes. Do I want to see every minute of my life as a blessing, with everything assisting me in my life adventure and my quest to return home? I accept life as a stage on which we all come to play our roles, returning to our original home once the script is over. The adventure continues. We can look at life as an endless adventure on this planet, eventually leading us back to the original home of our soul. Quote, "Enter the garden of the world, take a walk in it, enjoy the fragrance of the flowers, eat fruits, and behold the beauties of nature. But do not get entangled in the thorns and prickly scrubs, lest you may get abrasions and wounds." Sardar Bahadur Maharaj Ji. End of quote. Do we need help? We have always needed help for everything we ever learned in life. Teachers in many forms have helped us. We need help in our healing adventure. We need help to start training ourselves for the new activities in our life. We need spiritual help to prepare ourselves for the days to come. We need a guide who has gone beyond the realm of matter. We need to surrender and ask for guidance. Do I welcome life as an endless adventure? I accept life as an endless adventure on this planet, eventually leading me back to the original home of my soul. This new adventure may not be better than the one we had before, as there will also be troubles and struggles to confront, but it will definitely be different. We will have more awareness and have the ability to make more choices to help us go through life's adventure and make the voyage home. The idea is not to create a perfect or holy life in the mortal world. It is to realize that in the spiritual realm, each of us is already perfect and holy. We can let the wisdom of our soul shine through by being in this world, but not of it. The real healing and cleansing is a process that can be painful because we are so attached to this body and mind with all their connections to the world. Everything that happens in our life is a reflection and a preparation for this real healing and cleansing. This healing will take place either with or without our help, and no matter what, the Creator will get us home. Quote, "Truly, it is the darkness that once finds the light. So when we are in sorrow, then this light is nearest of all to us." Meister Eckhart. You pray in your distress and in your need. Would that might also pray in the fullness of your joy and in your days of abundance. Kahlil Gibran.